Oh, well, 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 well. Hello. I want to be master. How are we doing today, guys? Okay, this guy, unironically, okay, fed his fucking ass off last game. This is ridiculous. Stop. I don't want to see your ads. How do I see the scores of everybody? Oh, did he get 2 kills at the end? This guy was fucking like 1-8. Why? Disconnecting multiple times in my game, alright? Can you say no? That sounds racist. Vosh trying not to shit talk. That's not, what is this? 4-minute video. Wow, we really had to get that take out there quickly.
Hassan had a bit of an interesting take today on stream. Really? What are we talking about?
A crowd that professes their love for law enforcement assaulted those police officers, dragged them, sprayed them, stomped on them. Over 140 police officers were injured. We all heard the police officers who were there that day testify to what happened. One officer called it.
This is the most annoying part of it is like.
What is with the audio? Why does he sound so weird on Vosh's
Framing this as like the poor cops that got stomped on that day. Why don't we care more about our boys in the blue? It's so funny. I'm sorry. I don't care. I literally don't care. Half of those cops were like in the crowd, okay? The other half let them in, and I don't care. I am an advocate, and I am of the mindset that civilized countries allow its citizens to brawl with cops, okay? Because cops are not above the law. They're human beings, just like people whose skulls they're crushing on a regular basis. In America, we have this very weird attitude that like, you can't brawl with a cop ever. They'll kill you, okay? And I'm not saying like use a gun, obviously, but like, it blows my fucking mind that like any other country that you go to, you'll see videos like cops are out in the streets. They only have pepper spray. They only have like a baton, max, and homies are brawling.
He does sound weird, right? I'm not crazy, am I?
Hold on. This is objectively, prescriptively true.
Hold on. Jordan Peterson would say, I'm sorry, this is funny if you know a little bit about Vosh, okay? I'm sorry. I want to explain why that combination of words was funny, okay? So, Jordan Peterson likes to combine these words together, which confuse me sometimes. So Jordan Peterson, there's this one phrase he liked to use, postmodern neo-Marxist, which was interesting because as a broader movement, postmodernism tends to reject any cohesive narrative that can be used to explain all of history, right? A postmodernist is like, oh, yeah, you can organize it that way, but that's arbitrary. Or that's not necessarily like true. Like you can't say that society's moving in a certain direction. You know, there's ebb and flow, right? So to say that somebody's both a postmodernist and a Marxist is just kind of a strange thing. Now, maybe you can find some way to make that work. Like, well, he's actually remarking on the hypocrisy of, I don't know, maybe. Now, Vosh is a really big, there is no such thing as objective morality or anything objective. Everything is arbitrary. No truth value can be known, blah, 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 blah.
This is objectively, prescriptively true.
But it's funny that when he says this is objectively, prescriptively true, when you talk about there being objectively true prescriptions, where prescriptions
of torturous leak streams
are generally moral claims, and you're saying there can be an objectively true prescription, this doesn't fit with anything he's ever said before in his entire life about like morality. I'm sorry, it's funny because I think he's just like saying random words. This is objectively, prescriptively true. Maybe he meant descriptively true? I don't know, sorry. All right.
Hold on. this is objectively, prescriptively true. In a glorious communist society, okay, you should be able to just put some up, you know? If you're out there at the pub, okay, and the local community watchman is like, "Oh, that looks like you've had a bit too much to drink. Let's get you on back home." And you deck him one in the face. You two should have a punch-up, okay?
What? So drinking too much or drunk driving or whatever you were going to do is... I don't even know what is he talking about here. Is okay as long as you can beat up the cops? What does it even mean?
And it shouldn't come down to the cop having...
Well, you see, prescriptively, if you look at the pure objective rhetoric, it is technically true if you really think about the communism.
Shut the fuck up, movement, alright? It's a stupid fucking meme.
better gear or a taser or
I have
whatever.
a prescription for your mom.
Okay? And it shouldn't come down to the cop having better gear or a taser or whatever. It should come down to the cop being a better boxer. Okay? That should be... I think all police officers, okay, should be trained for brawl punch 'em ups, okay?
Okay, that would be based.
And by the way,
you know what? In a more comically oriented world, actually, you know what? That'd be kind of funny. You talk shit, cop comes to arrest you. You know what? Well, you fight it out. You see who's the better warrior, and then you earn by right of force, by right of might. You get to decide what laws you want to break or not break. Maybe.
If the guy wins, they don't get in trouble. Because that's how it should work. What's controversial about this? The only real take here that Hassan's delivering that I think some people might find objectionable is that he doesn't care about framing January 6th as an offense to cops, and I don't either. I mean, he's being antagonistic about it, but it is true, you know, if everyone was wearing their uniforms that day, there probably would have been more cops in the crowd than there would have been guarding the Capitol, you know.
Well, no, actually, wait, by absolute numbers, that's probably true, because there were like 12 cops guarding the Capitol, so maybe that might actually be true.
You know, it was really an on-duty versus off-duty mix-em-up. So it's, you know, I don't know. I mean, look, it's not that I don't sympathize with the Capitol Police. I do. It's just that's not really the angle that I take when I think of it. I don't think of it as an affront to cops, you know. I think of it as the whole, you know, threat to democracy thing. Isn't it better optics to side with the cops here, though? Well, yeah. But Hassan isn't talking about... Hassan isn't saying he sides... No, guys, we're not talking optics. For Hassan's optics here is to be anti-cop. Biden's optics here is to be pro-cop. You know, yeah, optically, it's a good move for Biden to do this. I'm not denying that at all. If I was president, I would play it up even more, you know? I'd do it even... I'd George Floyd the whole situation. For every goddamn cop that got hurt, you know? Whole fucking movement in the streets. Remember their names, you know? I'd play it right up.
Oh, God. Okay, about the panel I did yesterday, okay?
Because I'm putting 100%...
How can cops be fat, dumb, eating losers? Also, crazy murders, tough guys. Really makes you think.
The reason why January 6th was so bad, guys, was because it was a conspiracy-driven protest turned riot that was led by the president. That's why it's bad, okay? It's not because, like, a unique amount of damage or death happened. Neither of those are true. It's not because the Capitol building was where they protested at. That's not necessarily true. Yeah, don't lose sight of, like, why things are bad and, like, go crazy making shit up, okay? I think you should have I think you stated that clearly on the panel. I did, but it was only after the other left-leaning people on the panel had taken that conversation in so many other directions. Nobody worded that, huh? I like it. They have Thresh? What the fuck? Bottom right guy in the chair eating a remote for half the panel. Oh God, I've interacted with that guy before. He's like, I think I said this earlier in the stream. He is the ultimate fence sitter. So it'll always be like, oh, well, every leader is bad and everybody is bad. And of course that's bad. And he's just not quite as bad. And that's, oh, well, it's all also like, he's like, that's like all he does the entire time. He's so annoying. And somehow he manages to like look smug the entire time doing it while saying absolutely nothing of value ever. I don't know if that guy contributed to the discussion in a meaningful way a single time during that entire panel. I got hit a few times. But Jinx attacking my support means that we don't lose the race level 2 at least. Wait, what just happened? I'm gonna die. I'm so confused about what happened in that fight. Did he I think he got level 2 midway through the fight and then flayed me. I think that's what happened. Flayed me. I think that's what happened. Oh my God. Never mind. That was the flay. Oh, what? Okay, hold on. I knew his flay was down, that's why I jumped. He got me like mid-air with his hook. That's what happened. Okay, Rita. Nice job. Nope. How about does pen have to be before you bail? Well, I mean, if I bail, it kind of just looks like I'm saying the other side is winning. Oof. I shouldn't have wasted my mana on that jump there. That was a good gank, though. Why does it being at the Capitol building not make it worse? Because there were BLM protests near or at the Capitol building and other protests that were at the Capitol building that we don't say are bad just because they were at the Capitol building. So I think some feminists like sat on some stairs of the Capitol building for a while and took it over a couple days ago. BLM burned down. There was like a church or something, I think, across the street from the Capitol building. Like, the focus should be that like this was really horrible. No, you know what, I'm getting this. No, you know what, I'm getting this. The focus should be that it was horrible because it was essentially a protest turned riot that was like led by misinformation spread by the President of the United States. That's the big takeaway. Why did you like this? Because it's a cute picture. Why do people go through my Twitter likes and like, why did you like this picture of a girl? I mean, figure it out. If you have too much autism to figure it out, then don't ask in chat. Why? I don't understand why people ask these dumb questions.
You're a fucking statistician.
Hope everyone has a good day, smiley face.
Genuine don't know, is being on the stairs and shit still trespassing? I don't know what part of being in the Capitol building is trespassing. I'm not sure. But I don't really care. That's not, again, that's not really why the event was so fucked. People always make Reddit threads with them too? Oh yeah, holy shit. Thanks for pointing it out. That's the guy who's getting banned. It's so fucking weird that like... Oh, fuck. People will go through like my Twitter likes or like my Instagram likes. They're like, oh, did you like a picture of a girl? It's like that cringy shit where somebody on stream will be, can you wait for my bomb at least? Where like somebody will type P into their browser. Dude, oh my God, you're actually so bad. And then like Pornhub will come up and be like, oh my God, this guy watches porn. He's a porn watcher. This guy watches porn. And it's like, okay. It's super ultra cringe. I need to go back to liking not safe for work on my Twitter to get the fucking weak ones out of here. Because I remember when there was a time where I would like not save work pictures on my Twitter and be like, I'm on work and you fucking like that and it popped up on my Twitter feed. This guy's level 5. Do I care? Oh my god. You're actually so fucking greedy. I can't believe you would do this. This is so stupid. Yeah, you actually are so bad. That was so fucking greedy. Fuck you. That was disgusting. Can you watch Master Chef already? Yeah. Oh my god, am I getting another goddamn gank? Wait, let's just wait. Wait a minute for it to push. Or like half a second. Look. Oh, it's not gonna push. Oh, you guys are gonna... You're gonna give it away. Oh. Imagine I got level 6 off that, and then hopped over here. And it didn't matter because she actually ran all the way away. Okay, never mind. That was smart of her. She's not coming back, so I'm just gonna bomb this, collect my free turret gold. We'll take one more plating. Yes, I will. Thank you very much. They're level 5. We're both 6. You know she's coming back out here. Oh, you know. Okay, we don't know where mid is. So we back off. Let us back. Do you think he warded this? Do you think she'd step out again? I shouldn't stay. I wanted to, but now that would have been me being greedy. Oh, is the Dooby AMA canceled? No, why would you think that? I wonder what H3H is going to be like. What is Ethan going to be like when Hassan inevitably wants to complain about this on his show? And he's like, he should know a lot about fair use because he was like the court guy and everything over it.
Stop stuffing your fat fucking mouth.
Nathan W.
Do you think I can win 2v1 against these guys? If I dodge... Oh no, wait. Nocturne is up there. If I dodge both of Thresh's abilities... Okay, let's see if we can get... Oh, I wonder if I would have altered there if she would have died. I bet she would have. I bet her life is really low right now. Ouch. Mate. In 8 seconds, if she's in attack range, she's gonna die. No, I tried to flash. Okay. I couldn't get any closer. I don't want to risk. Okay, but if you want to walk up to me, I mean, we could do that too. You know what, bro? I'll split the turret gold with you because you're a goat, okay? Or not. Jesus. They're really giving me... Oh no, he got it. Fucking losing. Sorry, I'm just gonna... He got it. Oh my god. Do you think I could hop over and kill Jinx? Dude, do you think she's like fucking losing it right now? You know she's losing it, right? You know she's losing it. Stop fucking flashing after W. You shouldn't, because W has a CC attached to it. If I do it, I'm probably fucking up. Why, yes, I am here to collect some plating. Oh, not me. Oh, no, not... Oh, no. Yes, me. Good job, action. Ew. That's my plating. Why didn't I respawn? I don't know.
Turret plating will soon fall.
On modern day debate, it says you are debating T-Jump on objective morality at DebateCon. Oh no, is that really the guy? I think I said I would do a debate. Dude, he's so boring. I've already had like morality debates with him, and they're actually so boring. Oh god, no. Fuck, I just wasted my ability. Okay, we're actually inting now, because Nocturne is gonna come kill us. Oh, but the red buff, that's an objective. Now it's not inting anymore. Now it's map play. Based. Bro, why do you think you could farm this right now? Yeah, true. That's right. Fuck him up. Alright, alright. Somebody dying here, okay? Well, looks like we found out who it was. Where's Jinx? I saw her down here. Oh, that's not cool. Okay. Bro! Nocturne has to come down here. Yeah, there he is. Oh no. Oh, hello! Oh, hello, no! Oh no! Okay. Spooky. Wait. Fuck! Oh my god. How does he do it? He had no ult.
Shut down.
That tanky girl's going after Vosh now. Apparently she fights with Vosh a lot. She's real dumb. Oh, that guy's 0-3. What a disaster of a fucking game. Hello, monkey man. Didn't you literally do the exact same debate with T-Jump 2 years ago? Yeah, I did. I forgot that was the guy's name. I didn't connect the name. I wouldn't have agreed to it otherwise. He's just, it's super boring. Yeah, Will we be streaming the modern day debate thing from your end? I don't know. I have no idea what the setup is going to be like. Please bully the actual Jake guy more. Capitalism made COVID so much more worse than it had to be. Okay, yeah, this is dumb. Oh. Almost. Nice try. Uh-oh. He's got ult this time. Ult, please. Wait, did Nocturne's or did Nautilus's ult follow him through his ult? Is that a thing? I don't use it. What? I don't know what I was doing. I'm gonna be honest. He's done that a couple times now. Oh my god, I didn't see that hook. I thought Thresh already used it. Damn, I shouldn't have walked in if that hook was up. Son doesn't understand what an analogy is. Copyright is analogous to murder. That's the same murder someone who's alright if charges aren't pressed, Lemeo. Oh, he has no idea.
Someone told Mac that you were debating about the vax and he said he'd debate you. Would you agree to a debate?
Nick who? Fuentes? I think I would debate most anti-vaxxers at this point. I feel pretty confident on that. Any pings? Anybody? Oh, he's up there. Oh, fuck, I'm dead. How the fuck is Thresh running up here? Jesus. That was random. XD. Ankh Challenger. Redeem the nature.
Every day I wake up, I'm mad. Every day I wake up, I see myself as bad. I used to be better, I used to push the lever. I never gave up, never, but now it looks like I've touched the wrong lever. It's been so long since I've been clever. I'm not a leaver, but Charlie am a beaver. I never gave up, I've been just sleeping for a longer time. I'm waking up with my stronger rhyme. My bedtime's over, I've had enough of being a rover. Don't even ask me if I know her, just tell her to go a bit lower. We all know for me she's just a blower. People tell me to slow down, to go sober. I'm sorry that I have to slaughter all your dreams, but for what you have done to my daughter, this is what nature redeems. You know it, you saw her. Is there a time to start calling me your honor? Sir, may I ask you to take down your mask? Wait.
Okay. Can we just do this? Let's just like do this and then end the game before my KDA gets any more fucked up this season. Ken. Just hit him one time! What are you doing? Nope. Oh, yep. I'm super dead. That's not gonna kill him. No, it didn't. That bonus gold. The objective gold. Really was like walking bot, I don't know why. I can't believe this Jinx has actually like picked up kills and shit. But I'm over a full item ahead, so I do more damage. I seem to not die in fights. Yeah? Am I inting here? Not on me, 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 not on me. Okay. Nice job. We need Iron for. I don't know why I told him to go buy. That's because you need him to sweat. Maybe not. Kill it before Nocturne gets here. Okay, don't throw, don't throw. Mike from PA is a walker. Yeah, I saw this. He's just like trying to hang off Hassan's nuts. Oh my god, are you lost, sir? They just like gave up. I don't know if this Nautilus has landed a single hook all game. Where are you at? What a fucked up game. I think that would make sense. He hooked your jump earlier in the game? No, I said the Nautilus, not the Thresh. I don't think the thrush is very good either, though. That was a lucky hook from him. Season, oh, Split 1 has begun. New ranked rewards. Oh my god. Learn more on the stats page. What is the highest you can make it out of placements? Is it Diamond 4 or Plat 1? Jesus Christ, team.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Now that you move, you're doing a more you-friendly stream, and that's very Pepe never loses.
Never loses.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Hassan said today in his Discord, I think we could get LSF and DGG on board with Medicare for All if I just vehemently opposed it. He's so delusional. Holy shit. Vosh's chat 180'd after Vosh gave his take. To be fair, I don't think many of us like cops, but to see chat agreeing this was a bad take, then to completely U-turning when Vosh basically agreed with the sound was kind of annoying actually. I thought this community was more capable of making its own opinions. Oh no. Dude, Vosh's community has been having a rough one. That was at 70 likes, although I don't know how much you guys forgetted that. Good thing we don't do that here, guys. You guys have never 180 takes after I've given my opinion on them. That's why I'm proud of you guys. Please don't steal my content, guys. That'd be so terrible. Definitely won't upload my entire VODs on YouTube. Dude, he's unstoppable. His son turned into like an unstoppable L machine over the past, ever since the house thing. I feel like he's like lost his mind. Wait, did I miss that thing? Do you think he thrives off the attention? No, not negative attention. I think it really kills him. I think he hates it. Okay, hold on. Now, I haven't listened to this yet, okay? So maybe it will be what you said, okay? But it's not a jazz arrangement just because there's a fucking trumpet there, okay? Now, maybe this will be a jazzy arrangement. We'll see, but... Was Hassan always as branded when you knew him? That's kind of a mean question. Okay. Ban Talon. What am I? Oh, Kane. Oh, they banned Kane. Vlad, fuck that champ. Ban Talon. Oh wait, he said ban Talon. You know what? If you really want me to, just for you. Thoughts on Bossa Nova? I don't really actually know what Bossa Nova is, other than like there's like a bass line I listen for. I don't know if that counts as like, I know that there's like that bass rhythm. It's like 5, 8, 5, 5.
Because I'm putting 100%.
I'm not even singing right intervals. There's like a bass line that I hear. It's like, oh, that's Bossa Nova. I don't actually know what Bossa Nova means beyond that. And then there's usually like some claves. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know if this counts as a clave or not. I don't know if there was like a set number of claves or whatever. I'm not actually sure. I don't remember. But there was like a certain like rhythm that you'd hear too. But
I'll do it. No! That interrupt! I'm about to smash these fucking $600 controllers! Fucking... I'll do this. No! That interrupt! I'm about to smash these fucking $600 controllers! Fucking... Ah! I'm back. I'm back. I feel better immediately. What a shit fucking stupid dumb cunt here.
Jesus. Billie Eilish did a Bossa Nova song. Does it count? I don't actually know what makes it something Bossa Nova. It sounds like it could be.
Love when it comes without a warning. 'Cause waiting for it gets so boring. A lot can change in 20 seconds. A lot can happen in the dark.
Worst chatters, what can I say? I don't know why YouTube would let your name be. Let me clear my throat for that one. That one's gonna be a bit tough to pronounce. Worst chatters.
Okay. Oh, I said I would dodge Jace's. Am I gonna do this? Am I gonna break my rule? It's placements. Oh. I think this guy might have been. I think this guy might be a stream sniper. He hasn't played a rank. He played one rank game, 2 rank games a day ago, and then he hasn't played a rank game in weeks. Or maybe there's a lot of new people that just start playing for placements and then they stop again.
Do they? Do any of them have the N-word pass?
Jesus. Does Hotline Bling count as Bossa Nova? Oh, good question.
You used to call me on my... You used to.
Do you think Tim Pool is smarter than Hassan overall? That's a hard question, my dude. I think so. I think that Tim Pool has a lot of political blind spots, but I would say that he's probably smarter. The way that I'm trying to stack this up in my head is like, I'm trying to think, would I consider Tim Pool to be smarter than Steven Crowder? And I think the answer there is almost always going to be yes. And I think Hassan sits on the same like intellectual level as I would say Steven Crowder does. So like if I try to do the comparison, I think yeah, he would be. Okay, 130. I'm gonna award this. I can't anymore. What happened to him? Oh, the Vosh thing. Vosh is doing a good job at growing his second channel, at least. I don't know why he's trying to get off his main channel so much, but... This is going to be a really obnoxious lane. Well, actually, it's going to come down to how good my Lux is and how good the enemy Zilean is. So far, I'm not impressed with the Zilean. Yikes. Good counterplay from the Ezreal. I think he wants to be Hassan, like doesn't debate, just reacts content and play games. Yeah, that's what it seems like, because he just he plays games now and he kind of sort of barely reacts. Well, I don't know, I guess. I don't know what most of his content is because I only see what you guys link me. So you guys might be linking me stuff that's a bit different than what he normally does. But I see people complain that he's like apparently not streaming as much anymore. I can't look at the or somebody linked the website one time to look at like the streaming hours of like a YouTuber. So I don't know how to check that kind of stuff. He barely streams ever? Wait, Vosh barely streams ever? Some charities are paying royalties to black music charities when they perform spirituals? That sounds pretty fucking cringe. Wow, that was super cringe. Isn't he banned on Twitch? Oh, maybe. I think he mentioned that he's feeling shitty / getting headaches. Huh. He should have queued that. He streams every day for at least 4 hours. Oh, okay, well that's not too bad. I can't really start anything in this lane. I'm never hopping on Zilean because the double bomb will fuck me. Can't hop on Ezreal because it's fucking Ezreal. He'll just fly away. So I kind of have to wait for either Lux to land something or somebody to fuck up really hard. What? Why did it retarget? Oh my god! The fucking creeps in this game! Now's my chance! Now's my chance! Am I gonna miss this? Yep, nice. Perfect. The perfect amount of damage to make sure that I can't last hit it. Feels good, man. Imagine if we punish this boring ass bot lane by doing Drake. Oh my god, yes. Thank the fucking Lord. 5-minute Infernal Drake? Yes, please. Oh, yeah. That was my Jar Jar accent. Bot lane took that opportunity to back. Ooh, they did not back. You greedy fuck. No, Lee, look at your life! I did that to save you! Vex. Coming through. Enemy try. That's kind of spooky. Oh, he's backing. You're... I didn't even get to exhaust him. I don't even think I'm gonna get an assist. My Lux is taking a lot of damage for no fucking reason. I don't know why. Graves is top side. Maybe we can go for Scuttle. Or actually, we can go to plating here for sure. Never mind. Oh, she's taking all 3 of those. Every time. Never fails. Nope. Nope, 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 not worth. I don't like games like this. All I can do is try to get objectives around bot side jungle, and then I guess just farm. We can never really make a play because of the types of boring ass fucking champions these guys are playing. Nice, double E. Dude. Bot objectives, so Drake and yeah, Drake. That's it. Should probably still Gromp as much as you can. I was gonna walk up and steal it, but you have to be careful when you're stealing Gromp because if I end up missing like half a wave to get Gromp, there's like I'm like deleting gold from the game. I'm missing experience from lane. I'm fucking my jungler over a little bit. I'm losing gold. Like, you have to be really careful when you're doing the jungle objectives like that. That totally wasn't ordered. Yeah. Fuck. The way to punish really passive bot lane play is to, is at the very least, is to do Drakes. So as long as we're like getting all of that, we're never getting a kill here. I don't know. I don't think you should ever gank this lane. You're shit. Yeah, it's Jace. I should have dodged it. I should have. I knew that I should have. Should be getting every Drake or we lose game. Bot is only lane doing okay. Wait, what? Oh, our Graves just DC'd. I did. Okay, I'll go back to always dodging Jaces. You don't lose anything for dodging placements? Yeah, I guess. You may build an app that auto-closes your client when you get these champs in their team. Yeah, maybe. Why is my... Oh, this person is ultra ass, man. My support is trolling me now. Nice. Jungle is top side. Vex is top side. Did the enemy support go top side? Nope. I'm actually dead. I need him to die for me to get a reset, and I'm not gonna get it. So yeah. Dude, some of the just chatting streams on this fucking website are are pretty out there. Holy shit. Awesome camp. You shouldn't dodge Jaces. You should ban their champion select to see if you can force them to dodge, because you should try to de-rank Jace players as much as possible. And then if you have the fortitude, you should play games with Jace players and then run it down and feed so that they all de-rank out to nothing. And then failing that, then dodge at 1 second and champ select if you didn't force them to dodge. That's what you should be doing. That should be the protocol for Jace players. The Graves super believes that he wants it, dude. Oh, can I get a bonus objective gold? That guy's got some lifesteal. Anytime somebody uses proper caps and grammar and shit, that's a red flag right there. Be careful. He's gonna lose that to Zillion, yeah. Yeah, he did. Vote yet? Graves is voting no. Hostage till 20 minutes. This is fucking hideous. AstroTurf is the grossest shit in the world. I don't know who unironically is like, I need fake grass. It looks so nice. It feels dystopian as fuck. Am I crazy? There are places in LA that would have like AstroTurf grass like on the sidewalk, and it looks horrible. Oh my god. Come on, we can do this. I just want the... I just want the bonus objective goal. I just want the bonus objective goal! Fuck, we're never getting that bot turret, guys.
Because I'm putting 100%.
Agu.
Don't sneak up on me like that.
How do you want me to sneak up on you? Like this?
I don't get that at all. Okay. Damn, dude, we got some big debates going on in the team chat. Oh no, I'm being held hostage.
You aren't crazy. Lots of people do it here in Florida. We call those people mentally unstable.
True. Okay, wait, hold on now. Are we getting some bonus? Oh my god, hold on. Game is looking up now, okay. I'm getting some objective gold, guys. Give him the control 6! Okay, we need one, just like 7 more of these turrets, and I think we're back in it, guys. Okay. Why are Ezreal's able to buy that crown item? God, has this shit gotten nerfed yet? Oh, but the safeguard thing automatically activates. So the goal is you probably hit him once to pop the crown, and then you wait for about a second and a half. Oh, it already did? Oh, thank God. These guys are just... they're going off. Okay, just hold on, guys. I think we're gonna lose here. Oh, I should have done the jump back into the...
Someone needs to kill the TV show meta. And they need to do it quick. Streamers have convinced themselves that it's actually content.
Okay, yeah, you know, I really want to jump into these guys, but... That's what's gonna happen. Oh my god. Jace with the big kill. Okay. Oh my god. Another big kill. You're fine. Sana's going to talk about fairies and stream react to. There's nothing to react to. Everything he says about this shit is stupid as fuck. He has no idea what he's talking about. I don't know what I'm supposed to react to. Wait, can I get this instead? No, not that. This. Can I get this instead? Nah, we'll get this. This Ad Astra guy is a mega tipper, okay? I can tell. A mega tipper. This guy tips hard in real life. Did I really miss that? Fucking super. Oh shit, I didn't mean to come here. Okay guys, last stand. Good luck. Nice try, guys.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Okay. We're not going to break our one rule. Okay? No more J scams. Ever again. Never, ever again. Every time it's a mistake, and every time I regret not doing it. It'll happen again. It won't happen again. Hold on 1 second. Open your door.
He's gonna kill me again.
Bro, okay, how many times have you spammed this same link? I don't care that much. Okay, 1 bar student debt is erased with loan forgiveness program overhaul. Thank you. Okay, holy shit, chill. What am I looking for? Kane, always.
The weak fear the shadows.
Is this actually this is Pope, right?
Roll on the runway, give her up for long like I work at Subway. You watching my life, you think to yourself that you'll have it one day. Please talk nice, I'ma go ahead now and take my AK. Fucking with me's a problem, if we got issues we cannot solve. I dive in your bitch like a dolphin, when I die put AC in my coffin. Why the fuck you ask why I'm coughing? Balls in her mouth like I am golf. I masturbate, I'm always hard, it will never soften. I have like 2 gay friends, one's soda poppin', other one's Austin, I'm like awesome. I know a blonde bitch, he
his content is not that. Like that, what it comes down to is
That's
he just
fine.
does
If
not
that's
want
not
to
his
do that
content,
content.
that's fine. But he's a pussy ass bitch. There we go. I said it. It is what it is. He doesn't want to speak to people outside of his echo chamber. If he's gonna have that as his content, I'll call him a pussy ass bitch. There we go. He's
You
fucking
should,
leftist
yeah.
Stephen Crowder
He
for
will
dodging that debate
never
with Two Mad.
recover from this scathing fucking takedown.
Okay, wait. I just want to point out
Listen,
that
bro.
part
It
of
doesn't
the
matter how
problem-
much you fucking suck his dick in this chat. He's never gonna know who you are. And if he did, he'd think you're a piece of shit. Continue.
Jesus.
Okay, Chuck.
His content is not that. Like that, what it comes down to is
That's
he just
fine.
does
If
not
that's
want
not
to do
his
that
content,
content.
that's fine. But he's a pussy ass bitch. There we go. I said it. It is what it is. He doesn't want to speak to people outside of his echo chamber. If he's gonna have that as his content.
Uh-oh. Oh, Jesus. Wait, who linked this tweet? Hold on one second. I think she was covering up. It's not that bad. It doesn't matter. It still looks bad. Who... Who dodged champ select?
The weak fear the shadows. Fear controls them.
Okay, we're back. Everything is... Oh, uh-oh. Ludwig fighting on Twitter. Oh, no.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Destiny, help.
L.
Acid machine broke.
L.
I can't
feel
get
like
it to
I've
stop.
outpaced him
L.
intellectually.
L. L. Call the cops. I need to fight with one right now. L. You, L.
Okay. American cops fighting people. Is my AMA in 15 minutes?
A Mesquite police officer dispatched to lower the volume at a memorial.
I don't... Did we ever figure out... Are we allowed to watch people fighting on stream? Do other streamers do this? As long as there's no blood. That's the... Okay. Ludwig with the weird comparison. L, get over it. You're off Twitch now. You made the bag. Stop starting controversies. It's a good point. We should only discuss what we are a part of. Shut up and dribble. Thanks, Tommy Lauren. Why does a lot of... Oh, God, dude. I hate that Hassan infected all of these, like, peripheral streamers with his... He's, like, Hassan's political takes are already dog shit, but then hearing them, like, reverberate throughout, like...
Give it 48 hours. He'll be okay. He'll be able to see you once again. Thanks, Mr. Helper. Bling, bling. Yeah, hello. Yeah, so you need another doctor? The other one sucked? I'll be right there. Hey, Mr. Doctor. Well, I'm not a doctor, but, I'm getting my voices confused. Here, read this. A, B, C, D, E. Give it 4.
Nice. Okay, what do we have here? Oh! This is a team that wants to win, okay? That enemy team, is that a Malphite mid? That's a team that wants to lose, okay? Wait, when does my Dooby thing start? You're allowed to watch people fight on stream as long as no one gets a massive injury like gore or whatever. Okay. Okay, we have 12 minutes to win. Wait, was that the enemy team walking towards me? The other team's comp is better? Maybe. But the difference in our team is going to come from our overpowered bot lane. Oh, this is the last AMA that I'm doing on this server. Because I should just be doing these on my server. I don't know why I'm not. It was either Dan or Cake that was like, why don't you just do these on your server? It's like, oh, I should. Good luck, Graves. Walk with me, you dumb bitch. Perfect. 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 There should be a thing that says that every time. As long as your CS remains perfect, you don't miss any. God, it would feel so good. Stop touching my creeps, you cunt. Give me 2? No. Okay, take 1. Good job, Mordekaiser. Is that oh shit, we're getting ganked. Who is it? Wait, it's Diana. Wait, we're not getting ganked. That was so greedy. I'm so confused why he just stepped up and did that. Why he disrespected me like that. You agree that was hella disrespectful, right? What? I'm so confused right now. Nice. Yeah, she's waiting for Diana too. Yeah, because it feels like we're getting ganked, but we're not. They're just disrespecting us. You bitch, Sona. Oh, I think that was Diana top. Ah, I missed the wall. Ah, I should have let Lulu hit me. I was close to making it out. It's pushed to their side. Technically, this is good for us. But... as long as it gets pushed in. Wait, it is. It's good. Close enough. Uh-oh. Sonar. Or nor. Oh. Or nor. Oh, here comes Graves to fuck my wave up. Please don't let that range minion die. Confused, so there's no cover anymore, or streamers just not giving a fuck? Streamers just don't give a fuck. They think they're invincible. Do you think Lulu's hiding in that push? No, she backed for sure.
/ raid. That's timing.
It's me! Okay, chill. Why are we dying now? Damn, Sona! Okay. Fuck! Bow, 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 bow. Okay, why can we never do these Drakes, okay? I have infinite prio. These lanes are boring as fuck. Stack your poison on me. So much prio bot.
Fucking dubstep.
Fucking dubstep. Bro, if that Diana just walks and does fucking Drake for free, I'm gonna be triggered. He's not gonna die. Nothing. Sona, come back. I just lost a full fucking wave of. I just lost so much on this roam. Just kill me, dude. I want to die. I just lost so much CS on that fucking dog shit fucking roam. Oh my god, that was such a huge waste of my fucking time. Oh, hold on. That's not gonna blow Diana up, is it? Do you have ult, Graves? Nope. Wasting more time. Time wasting, time wasting. Oh my god. Who just flashed? Okay. Imagine this fucking dipshit pinging his smite that is down. Because he had to smite that blue for me. Fuck you. Bro, you have like no mana. Chill. I don't even know what killed me. I think I was him proccing the Ian shit. Oh, dude, come on. That was so unnecessary.
Because I'm putting 100%.
We don't get any kills now until our ult is back. Fucker. Bow. Really? They got it for me. I should buy this ASAP. Everybody's doing okay-ish. Having a Zed against like a Malphite and a Nasus is a little bit spooky, I will be honest. Rip. I never win the 2v1 because of Lulu's W. Oh, unless she wastes it right off the bat. Nope, I still don't win. I think if he ults, I think I die. Get him. You got him. Oh, why didn't he open with his pull? Whatever. I think he still wins. Jesus Christ. Good job.
I want to video game myself to death. I just gave money to a streamer so I could send messages back and forth with a bunch of schizos online.
Nice. Diana not watching her computer screen, apparently. Okay. Oh, she's not even gonna die. They're all three gonna die for free. Oh, no, nope. Hold on. I wasn't believing. Hold on. I should have believed. My bad. Okay, Zed. You and me versus the Nasus. Surely 2v1 will win this. Go get him, bro. You got ult, man. How could you lose? Easy. Nice call. All my calls are nice calls, kiddo. No Drake, no Rift, no mid. I'm supposed to farm mid now, but he's going mid, so I'll just farm bot. I'm never, ever, ever, ever even remotely coming close to beating this guy alone. I'm pretty sure this guy could just walk under turret and smack me. Somebody's coming down here, surely. What the fuck? Tripping on ass. Epic, bro. Of course he would be sitting in that bush. I even thought about warding it, but I'm like, nah, why would he sit there like a fucking retard? But we were playing Nasus, why not? Okay. Why do you think people hate NFTs so much, but not something like GME? It's funny that seeing the people who promoted GME calling NFTs a scam. You probably know the answer to this. I don't know why you're asking me. We actually fund people's court expense against Anna's DMCA claims. Sure. We'll think about it. Okay. The thing is, if you counterclaim, you're not going to court because you won't back anything up. That's why I'm saying you should counterclaim. You should counterclaim because she's not going to actually take you to court, and then the whatever DMCA claim she filed before won't be able to stand. And what's more is you might be able to get her account banned on Twitch if she's filing false DMCA claims. Because if I file a DMCA claim and then somebody counterclaims, oh, fuck. That's a Kasona ult? Oh, she doesn't have it. Yeah, it might not matter anyway. Okay, nice try. Wouldn't she just go to YouTube if she got banned on Twitch? It's unlikely she'd stop. Probably. But I think, no, I don't know. I think her being banned on Twitch, I think she would, actually she would just continue to become more and more deranged, probably. Hi?
The real death.
Am I supposed to be in here?
Oh, no, you're not supposed to be detained whatsoever. This is,
Get over here, dog! Oh, I'm fucking withered. Okay, whatever. Good job, guys. Doesn't this girl have a life? No.
Hello?
Hi.
Hi, I think your roles were fucked because you got in trouble that one time for... What was it? I think you had mod perms and you were asking Mr. Batman if God knew what a dick felt like or something like that.
Maybe. I usually leave servers after I do my thing on, because I hate getting pings in a million fucking servers, man.
Yeah, that's totally understandable. Just make sure these perms are set up correctly. Okay. We are ready to go. Before we get started, I know we usually go in for a couple hours. Is that how long you want to do this time? You want to go longer, or what works for you?
You know, we'll feel it out, okay? See how it goes.
Okay. Okay. So, everybody that's here, and if you're listening on the stream, if you'd like to join the AMA and ask us any questions, yell at them, whatever you want to do. Discord.gg/politics. There's an AMA question channel. You put your question there. Add VC to the question so that I know to unmute you too, so you can ask it to them directly. For people already in the chat, you've already done that, so we're going to get started. Destiny, thank you so much for coming on again. You know, I feel like we do this every 6 months or so. Like a biannual checkup or something.
Yeah.
And I figured, since we had our last one, I think around May of last year or some shit, there's been a lot of discourse, a lot of drama since then. So I figured it'd be a good idea to kind of get everybody caught up as to where you are currently on all of your positions.
Okay.
So if you want to give an intro for people who don't know who you are.
Hi, I'm Destiny. I'm like a center left, far left, center middle person. I don't know. I do politics online. I try to make sure everybody is giving fact-based and truthful accounts of what's happening, and I do politics and League of Legends and video games sometimes.
Okay. First question. I'm gonna go with Pepe Pinochet, and his voice chat question. Pepe, whenever you're ready.
Oh, hello. So regarding my question, well, I won't read it. It sounds a lot more rude if I read it as I wrote it. But okay, so I've noticed that like YouTube, Twitch, they ended up deplatforming all of the, or a lot of the people on the right, especially the alt-right. I don't want, to debate whether or not the platforms have the right to do so. Yeah, they do. But the interesting thing is that I see a lot of I've only seen a couple of your debates, but I see a lot of conversations, mainly among leftists on for example, YouTube. But I almost feel like it would be more valuable to have left versus right debates and conversations, mainly because that is where we are, at least contemporarily in the United States. We're fairly divided, and those are the debates that we actually are having on a national level. And I'm just curious what your opinion is of what, those changes that have occurred after like the purge of a lot of right wingers.
Okay, what is the question? So are you just asking me like, do I think the debate has gotten better or worse since all the right-leaning people have gotten purged, or
yeah, do you think what is your basically value judgment of it? Is it good, bad?
I mean, I think it's bad, but I think I like debating most people. So, I mean, the more people I have to pick from to debate, especially with more ideologies, the better. And I think it's probably better that we're all kind of arguing with each other, because then the arguments get more and more esoteric and like crazy, based on the based on like which ideologies are left. So like right now, if there's only like far left-leaning people, then you just get like crazy lefter and lefter and lefter arguments, and they're really dumb.
Yeah, it's pretty cringe and kind of gay, but all right. Well, that was actually my only question.
Thank you, Pepe. Next question is going to be from Casimir. Casimir, you're in meter whenever you're ready.
Oh, amazing. So let me actually read it. So I'm sort of responding to an older video, Moral Breakdown. It's about a year old. And I didn't fully understand it, perhaps. I want to clarify some things. And I want to start with two definitions just so we have the same language. In this conversation, rules are just descriptive claims like do not murder. Morals are going to be prescriptive claims like every human should flourish. And my question to you is, this free part, do you believe that there is a discoverable universal axiom to create such rules? Do you believe that if we do discover rules that can be identified as such, we should apply them consistently when judging every action? And also, do you believe that adherence to rules takes priority over whatever moral goal we have in mind?
I don't think that there are any discoverable universal rules, so I don't know where I go from there. Right? Obviously, the answer to the next question would be no. I don't think there's any discoverable universal axioms or anything like that. I don't think morality is discovered or anything like that.
Right. Well, I know from your video that you have a grounding for what you believe is moral, or like the current definition, the current understanding of what is good for you. And so, based on your answer, you don't believe that we can discover universal rules. Then I'll adjust the question. Then, do you believe that how do you believe that there is a distinction in the first place between rules and morals, in the way I define them? Descriptive claims and prescriptive claims.
Yeah, but it sounded like both of what you said were prescriptive claims, even though you called one descriptive, so I didn't understand too well. Like, do not murder, I don't think that's a descriptive claim. I think that's a prescriptive claim.
Okay. Do you believe that when let's say that we have just an arbitrary then legal system, would that not make it like a descriptive claim? This is illegal.
Oh no, saying something is legal or illegal, that's a descriptive claim, sure.
But I'm not talking about like a country's rule. I'm talking about if we can. It's sort of fine. Let's say that it's a country's rule. Do you believe that rules should be adjusted based on your the moral desires?
Well, I mean, given that rules related to like legality or ethics or whatever seem to come downstream from whatever we think is like morally or ethically right or wrong, it seems like the answer would always be yes. No.
Okay, that's about it, I think.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Casimir. Next question is going to be from Cube. Cube, whenever you are ready.
Hello.
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 All right. Destiny, big guy, how you doing? I feel like nobody asked you that.
I'm doing great.
That's great to hear.
Thank you.
All right. So my question was, when do you think we should start taking the like COVID pandemic like less serious? Because it seems like right now a lot of people think like, oh, you know, keep wearing the mask, keep getting vaccinated. But I mean, it's like, how long are we going to take this type shit? You know what I mean?
Well, for masks and everything, it's probably going to depend on the outbreak stuff.
I mean, if it keeps spreading though, do you think we should just keep wearing the mask, like keep getting vaccinated and shit like that, no matter how much it like mutates and like more variants come out?
Hold on. I'm sorry, one second.
It's okay, buddy.
Jesus. I mean, this question is impossible to answer. It's going to depend on the infection levels, right? Like, if we get to a point where 500 to 1,000 people are dying every day, then it's probably going to roll stuff back. We just accept that as a new normal. But if we've got like 10,000 people dying every day, then we're probably going to. But I can't answer that without knowing like what the new infection rates are going to be. I mean, I can give you guesses based on what's going on, but it's going to vary based on how the future rolls out in terms of like the number of people dying, right?
Sure.
I think that's how it's going to go. So we're just going to have to adjust based on how many people are. Yeah, how many people are dying.
Got you. All right. Thanks, bestie.
Okay. I love you.
Love you.
Thanks, Cube. Next question's from Conical. Conical, whenever you're ready. He's not even here. I'll ask it for him. Do you think that the left should be more accepting of the right to better convert them?
Accepting, maybe not, but I think understanding is probably good.
What's the? I think I know what you're getting at, but just for everybody else, what's the distinction you're drawing there? So,
I mean, like you should make an effort to understand why people think the way they do, rather than think like, oh, every single person on the right or whatever is racist or whatever. Like, try to have like a better idea of like why people think the way they do, or feel the way they do about things.
Okay, so just kind of expanding on that a little bit. So,
wait,
if you
fuck, hold on, wait, give me like 1 second. Hold on, Jesus, I don't know how Melina is having so much trouble.
Okay. Yeah, Vanilla, you guys can ask anything. It doesn't have to be about politics specifically. Just don't be a dickhead. And also don't violate TOS or I'll ban you forever. Thanks. Dave, I want to skip your question. Calm down. Dave, DM me your question, because I am going to skip it otherwise, because there are a lot of questions. And for all you people molding the Twitch chat that I'm watching, yeah, if you guys want to jump in, discord.gg/politics. It's the best and biggest politics server on the platform. And You'll find lots of very nice people to speak to here. Everybody's very friendly. Nobody's mean ever. Nobody will call you names. You will probably get a few racial slurs, but that's technically against the rules, so let them all know. So Raining, if your mic is red and muted, it just means I haven't unmuted you. Everybody other than Destiny and myself is muted automatically in the channel. So if you want to be unmuted, I will call you for your question, then unmute you, then remute you again after your question's been asked. Actually, Raining, I'll go to your question next. As soon as I find it, in about 10 seconds. Okay, I found it. So Raining, you're up next as soon as he gets back. Okay, guys, if you want me to look, there are a lot of questions. I'm going to try to get through all of them. Typically, I just go down the pins in the AMA question channel. But if you want to make sure you get in, you can DM me directly, and that's like a cheat code because the notification will annoy me, and I'll look at it before I look at the pins typically. So send it to me directly. VC voice chat questions, we're going to be speaking it yourself or preferred.
Okay, sorry, I'm here. Okay, go for it.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Next question is from Raining. Raining, whenever you're ready.
Hi, Destiny.
Hi.
Is my mic okay? Oh,
Yep, you
yeah,
sound great. Loud and clear.
Okay, so I watched your panel about racism, I guess like the race debate, and I feel like you have like some inconsistencies in your like definitions or maybe your opinion on racism. So I wanted to ask you about that. So do you think it's racist or immoral to switch to the other side of the sidewalk when a black person is coming towards you?
Can it be racist? Yeah, probably a little bit, yeah. Immoral, so I don't know, but...
Oh, okay. I'm guessing like the person can feel offended by you switching a sidewalk, so that's like a bad thing.
I don't know if somebody feeling offended is necessarily a bad thing, but...
Oh, okay. Maybe that explains a lot. So you pushed back really hard when Dooby tried to explain why making decisions based on race isn't
because
racist,
Dooby like in his head has like a connection between like racism equals bad or something. So he has to argue in favor of racism, but he has to make it not racism because he doesn't want it to be bad or whatever. I think was the problem with that discussion. But I think
yes,
what Mr. Rowe was getting at,
that.
there are some ways in which we could probably be racist or sexist, which isn't necessarily bad. Like technically, if you're heterosexual, you're sexist because you're discriminating based on like gender and sex for a dating preference. But is it bad to be sexist when it comes to who you choose as a partner? Probably not. Or like if you're a woman and you're alone somewhere and a guy is like approaching you or whatever, and you're a little bit more cautious around him than a woman, like does that make you sexist? Like yeah, a little bit. That's a form of like sexual discrimination. But like, is that necessarily a bad thing? Like I don't think that all forms of like sexism or racism are necessarily like the most immoral, horrible things in the world, right? It's like a sliding scale based on how you're enacting it, I guess.
Okay, that's interesting. That's what I wanted to push you on. So you're saying racism can be okay sometimes.
Yeah, or I mean like racial discrimination or sexual discrimination, more particularly.
If it isn't like around the workplace and like maybe someone you want to, yeah. Okay. So I wanted you push on the stance on like making racial jokes and like how that's generally is racist, and can offend people, but doesn't have to necessarily bad, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I would never say humor is necessarily bad or good. I mean, it's going to depend on the joke, I guess.
Yeah, but maybe you could like take an example. Like, I think on SNL they like made a joke about Asians like trying to learn English or speak English is like more annoying than some other like more annoying than minorities playing music in public. Would you say that's like racist to say?
I don't want to comment on a particular joke without having seen the joke, so I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. I feel like that's pretty racist. I don't know.
I mean, when it comes to humor, like that gets like a lot more complicated and difficult. It's hard to say.
Okay.
Like if you're making
it's
racial
very subjective,
jokes,
basically.
It can be, yeah. It really depends. Like it varies from joke to joke, yeah.
Yeah, I feel that that's why it's really hard to tell someone not to be racist when it's like sometimes okay and sometimes it isn't.
No, it's really easy to tell people not to be racist. You can't confuse what I'm saying now with like this blanket excuse for like, oh, well, you know, sometimes I'm just a racist, therefore like all racism is acceptable. I think that's a super brain rot way to approach this. There are forms in our lives, or there are times in our lives where we're probably going to enact some personal form of discrimination. Like we discriminate in terms of who we talk to, who we feel safe around, etc., which is fine. That's understandable. But that can't just be a carte blanche where, oh, well, everybody's racist sometimes. LOL, I don't hire black people. Or I'm not going to rent my apartment to a black person, right? So no, I don't agree that like just because some forms of discrimination at some points in our life are probably acceptable or okay means all of a sudden we're like, oh yeah, well all forms of racism and sexism are like LOL, you know, it's all subjective. I reject that. I think that's a brain rot way of approaching it. Yeah.
So you're taking like the Mr. Girl way of saying it's a spectrum.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it runs the spectrum, but there are going to be clear things that are okay and clear things that aren't okay. Like anytime like you're not personally threatened or in a situation, but you're discriminating based on like sex or gender when it comes to another person's outcomes is probably not like a good thing. So if we're making like a hiring decision or like a university acceptance decision or, you know, a criminal justice decision, right? These are probably not times where it's okay to enact your forms of like personal discrimination when it comes to your personal associations.
Okay. I have a second question, but maybe that's it. I don't know how to...
No, go for it.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you about vaccine mandates. As I understand, you're like maybe for a general vaccine mandate in the US.
I'd be for it like medically, and I'd be for it societally. Like I'm for it in every way. The only reason I'm against it is because politically I think it's a loser of an idea now. I think that vaccines and everything, the anti-vaxxers have won kind of the big misinformation war and all that shit. So I think you just see that ground and then you focus on policies that are less politically divisive.
Okay, but it isn't like you value bodily integrity or something. Do you think it's like a real thing to value? Like,
no.
I think you do, but maybe not in certain
absolutely
situations.
not. I don't think somebody has the right to fuck me without telling me if they have an STD or not if they know, and I don't think somebody has a right to walk around and cough and sneeze all over the place if they're carrying a highly infectious virus just because they think they have bodily autonomy. Bodily autonomy is like a super immature argument. It only works in a vacuum where we're floating around in space in our own little astronaut suits, but in the real world we're interacting with other people and like biofucking them every single day because of how we interact with each other. And the idea that like, oh, it's my bodily autonomy, if it is, that's fine, then go be autonomous in your own home and never go interact with anybody ever. But if you're going to interact with other people, then you have to accept some level of responsibility for how you're interacting with them.
Okay, so you're saying it's more complicated than that, than just saying I have my bodily autonomy. And
yeah, because you don't keep your body to yourself, all the things and everything. Like I can't walk around shitting my pants and like just go sit next to everybody. And when people are like, well, what are you doing? It's like, it's my bodily autonomy. I'm wearing a diaper. Fuck you.
I get that. Yeah, I get that. But what if maybe we're in a society where like, let's say we have too little blood for like blood transfusions, and because of that, like 10% of people die every year. So would you be like all right with like mandating anyone having to give like a blood transfusion, like I don't know, monthly maybe, or like every year?
Mandating blood transfusions to save people. You're taking
because
blood
it's like similar to getting a vaccine. You know, it's like not the most horrible thing you could get. Like maybe you feel dizzy afterwards or something like that. But if there's like a big utility to it, like people won't die, maybe it's like worth it.
I feel like there's a little bit more involved in taking somebody's blood versus just getting a vaccine. But if I were to like equalize everything and say that like there's not going to be negative side effects, et cetera, in that case, I probably wouldn't care that much.
So you're saying like you don't really like if the state tells you to do like that it has like a utility in society to do something that harms like a single individual, it's like okay.
If there's harm to a single, wait, say that again.
Like if the state mandates something that helps our society greatly, it's like okay to like harm do a little harm to like
but we're gonna have to draw like a line somewhere. Because, like, say, for instance, it helps society that, like, we have 10 hours of slavery from every person to go and work in, like, a daycare every day. Like, is that necessarily a good thing? Like, that's probably pushing it too much. I think vaccines and blood transfusions are pretty easy because you go and sit somewhere for, like, 20 minutes, you know, one time a year. It's not, like, a huge deal.
Yeah, but maybe, like, pushing, like, a vaccine mandate could be, like, a bad precedent for future laws. Like, you could, like go to the extremes. Like, I thought about, like, maybe a two-kid policy. So, I don't know, if like you have had like 2 kids already as a man, like you get sterilized by the government or something like that because overpopulation kills
I think we're getting way more into like destruction of individuals versus just taking a vaccine. I don't know, forced sterilization. I feel like that's really far down the road.
Yeah, but maybe if it's like can be undone, you know? Maybe if it's like
I still feel, I mean, like, vaccines are already, because of how vaccines work and how you kind of need most of society to buy into a vaccine for it to be effective, the idea that, like, there are more arguments in favor of mandating vaccines than mandating sterilization past 2 children.
I guess so.
But, like, if we were actually running into a problem, we were having, like, every person, like, 20 kids, and society was falling apart because of all the children we want, then maybe I could see it, actually. I don't know. Like,
Okay.
maybe,
So I think, like, if there's big enough utility and, like, the harm isn't too big, like, you can basically mandate anything.
Sure, but there's going to be, like, a subjective weight to both of these.
Democratically.
Because some people will scream and cry that getting a vaccine is, like, the ultimate, it's basically getting raped. So, I mean...
I mean, that's insane. Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
some
I
people
think
don't.
that's about it. Thanks, dude.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love you. Be careful.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bye.
Thanks, Raining.
Hold on one
Okay,
second.
our
Let me
next-
grab something real quick.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, so some of you guys, guys kind of spam me with DMs, which is fine. That is like the secret code to making sure your question gets asked, because the notifications do annoy me. So, but the caveat is, if you've sent me a DM and it's a VC question, so you're gonna ask it yourself, I'm gonna call on you probably at random. So just be prepared, because if you don't answer, I'm just gonna ask it for you.
Okay.
I love you guys. Okay.
Okay.
Our next question.
Yeah?
Is from Fuckboy3000. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Fuckboy.
Yo, what's good, Destiny?
Hi.
Yo, I'm Fuckboy3000. I love your content, baby. I
Cool.
see you out here.
All right, awesome.
Yo, so my question to you is this.
Yep.
Since 2016, right? America has been getting crazy, bro. Like, every single day, it seems like we're on this upward climb of just, like, insanity, right? Like, this collective schizophrenia, bro. My question to you is this, bro. You saw January 6th, bro. You see these people who believe in QAnon, bro. Like, you know, President Trump, the day of the storm, he's going to come back in August, be reinstated. Joe Biden's a reptilian. You know, just what I'm saying, bro? Like, schizophrenia seems to have taken a hold on the American political system. My question to you is this. Do you think that this, like, cold, like, civil war that we've been in since 2016 is going to end peacefully? Or do you think that we'll reach a boiling point and maybe, you know, the nation starts to separate and become, you know, like 5 different nations? Like, do you think we can recover from what's been going on recently?
I don't think anything will turn violent unless people are, like, not getting their basic needs met. Like, we're running out of food or something. Otherwise, we'll just keep fighting and we'll keep trudging forward.
Okay, I feel that, bro. I appreciate your answer, bro. My next question, I got one more question for you.
What's up?
What do you think caused the rise of Donald Trump, and how do you think we can stop it?
I think there's probably a growing portion of the country that felt really conservative, that was tired of being bullied by left-leaning people in media and in culture, so like movies and music and everything. And Trump kind of came out as a response to that. Instead of actually addressing their concerns or dealing with those people, we tried to, like, hide them all, but they were still there. I mean, that's my guess. There's probably, like, a ton of different things that played into him coming up too, but...
Hey, bro. Once again, I appreciate you for coming out. Shout out to my boy Dooby. Shout out to Politics Server. The best server in the entire fucking world, baby. Thank you.
Thank you, Fuckboy. Okay, the next question.
I'm grabbing a napkin real quick. Hold on one second.
Okay, no problem. Okay. Who we're gonna have next? I guess we'll do, God. Yeah, we'll do I Disagree with Islam next. So you get ready. Your name's too long, by the way.
All right.
Okay. Next question is from I Disagree with Islam. Whenever you're ready, mister.
Yeah, so I have 2 questions. First of all, do you really believe that religious Islam can be incorporated into a multicultural, multi-ethnic society peacefully?
Yeah, probably.
How? How? So, okay, so how? Because when you actually read the texts, the religious texts, there's actually a lot of things that disagree with libtards such as you and me, the women, the F words, etc. So how are you going to get these Muslims to live peacefully among all these people?
I mean, I think a lot of the Western world, they already do. I mean, people will adapt over time. They'll get new hadiths, new interpretations of their texts or whatever. I don't know. They'll figure it out. I mean, people in the Western Islamic world are already more moderate than people in some of the more extreme Middle Eastern and Northern African countries. So,
Yeah, so that's exactly it. Like in the West, you've been able to actually kind of convert these Muslims into being non-Muslims and being like culturally Muslim, like Hassan Piker says he is.
Mhm.
However, when you see a lot of immigration from the Middle East of these actual Muslims who actually believe in this, went to Sharia school, did all these things, they will still carry those beliefs. And for example, that's probably why in Britain, the Muslims, they are more extreme, far more extreme than in America. Like you've actually done a decent job, but that doesn't mean that it's going to happen everywhere. And I do think that because the religious texts themselves are so anti-LGBT, anti-liberalism, you're just going to end up in a big problem. You can't really help it.
I mean, I don't know. Is there anything in the Quran actually about gay people? Because I know in the Bible there's only like one verse that's kind of quoted to kind of talk about gay people, but I mean, listen, if we did it in America, I'm sure they could do it in Europe. I'm sure it'll be a struggle, but it's probably easier to convert people into like slightly more secular positions than to say like, hey, you can't be Islamic at all, right?
So would you then say that like your goal is to remove Islam from the earth by having them repopulate in the West and then turn into non-Muslims?
No, I think my goal is for every like religious person to like moderate their views a little bit and adapt to the times, Christianity or Islam or whatever.
Yeah, so you want to destroy Islam. Okay, I agree with that then.
Okay, I don't think I want to destroy Islam, but okay.
Well, you want to destroy the beliefs in their heads, which are the Muslim beliefs.
Does that mean I want to destroy Christianity as well?
Yes. However, Christianity is also already kind of destroyed in a large part because you have a lot of Christian priests who are like pro-gay weddings, etc.
Okay, but if there's a lot of Christians that think that's Christianity, and there's priests that are like representatives of Christianity, doesn't that just mean Christianity has kind of changed and it's not destroyed?
Yeah, it means that it has changed, that it's no longer Christianity.
Who decides that?
I think that you can make you can check the actual texts, the religious texts.
Yeah, but that's not how religion works, right? Not everybody reads the actual text, right? Religious shit is stuff we agree on culturally and like socially, right?
Well, in the Quran, for example, it says that it's an infallible word of God. In Christianity, it's a little bit different since it wasn't written by any. It does say that. So in order to be a Muslim, you would actually have to believe in the Quran.
Okay.
Exactly.
But somehow there's a whole bunch of Western Muslims that seem to have moderated their views. In Catholicism, the Pope is supposed to be infallible in matters of teaching of the church, but a lot of Christians don't even follow the Pope. I'm sure there are tons of different hadiths that different Muslims can choose to follow that guide you one way or another. Who knows? We'll figure it out. But I know that running around saying I want to destroy Islam is probably not going to be a good way to bring any like Muslim person over to my more liberal side.
I don't want them to, they will never be able to join my side because.
But they already have in the Western world. You said in America they have largely.
Yes, but then they're no longer Muslims.
Okay, so it's like a no true Scotsman thing, I guess. I don't know.
Kind of, yes. My second question is, you're pretty big brain, as we just saw.
Okay.
You're smart, you're analytical. But when you play League of Legends...
Ban him. I don't want to get rid of this guy.
Okay.
You can't handle it.
I draw the line at League of Legends questions. That's out of bounds.
Okay, we draw the line.
Dooby.
It's too far. Okay. Next question then. It's going to be from Heinz Ketchup. The question is, do you have any tips on where/how to get information/news? I'm trying to diversify my news intake and so on. I watch a lot of Hassan Abbey, God bless you, and I just started watching his stream.
Something I've said over and over again is if you just like read full articles, you'll be more informed than 99% of people, regardless of where they come from. Stay away from like the extremist, ultra partisan shit. Be careful with alternative media, me included, because you're gonna get like a very, very, very individualized spin on something. It's not like a whole editorial team or a whole, website working on something that'll be one person's opinion. But I would just say like read full articles. I don't know. That's the only recommendation I could give.
Cool. Okay. Next question is going to be from Grima2. It's, have you heard of this guy, Culture Thug, and would you debate him?
Nope. Maybe.
Yeah, I do. I don't want to say no Culture Thug. I had Culture Thug on for an AMA that went on for fucking 9 hours a very long time ago. And he is like a full-on like Holocaust denier / white nationalist. Probably not. I'm just going to call him a Nazi. So yeah, he might be interesting to debate. He's a very energetic guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think his YouTube channel got taken down, so I'm sure he's on BitChute or some shit.
Okay.
But he might be really fun to talk to. Okay, next question. We're gonna go with Northern. Northern, you are unmuted as soon as I find you on this big ass list. Okay, go for it. Northern, any second now. Okay, I'll read it for you.
Yeah? Hello?
Oh, yeah, it's your question. Go for it.
Yeah, hey Destiny. So, my question is, what do you think of the current state of feminism and its reputation for the future, like its viability and such, and whether we should go for a new movement? And also, do you think that we should found another movement to go for men's issues and like stuff?
This is about feminism?
Yeah.
Should we drop feminism? Is essentially what you're asking.
Yeah.
Probably not. I mean, there's still like women's issues that we can talk about. But I mean, like, there are probably better ways to have discussions that don't like vilify the fuck out of men. It seems like those conversations get pretty toxic sometimes, but I don't know if that's mean. I would just say like we drop feminism and move on to something else.
Do you think that we should do you think that we should make a men's movement that like addresses higher sentencing rates and like the higher likelihood of men's not getting their children in family courts?
Maybe. I mean, aren't there already some groups that are kind of like that?
Well, yeah, but they're not that popular, not like mainstream.
Yeah, I mean, if people wanted to, I don't think that's necessarily the worst thing in the world. Sure.
Okay, last question. Do you think that we should drop Antifa as well?
If people want to protest against fascism and call themselves Antifa and knock themselves out, I don't know. I think it's cringe, but whatever.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, hold on. I'm just gonna wash my hands real quick, and then I'm done leaving my computer. Okay.
Okay. No, it's okay. Dave, your question's next. So if you can stop spamming my DMs. Thank you. And I'm seeing people in chat wondering how they can get to the AMA to ask them questions. Again, you just go to the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics, the best and biggest politics server on the platform. And yeah, there's a channel there. You just type out your question, add VC to the end, and if I see it, I'll unmute you so you can talk to them directly. I'll also read out your questions if you don't want to ask it yourself. But I don't like those because I don't like talking very much. So I prefer I'll prefer the questions where you're going to ask it yourself. Yes, in chat, yeah, you'll no longer need to pretend he's speaking to you directly. You'll actually get to talk to him directly if you come onto the server. So it's very creepy, I'm sure. Legoland, I saw your question. I'll make sure it gets asked, okay? Reddit Normie, I don't know. I don't know who Bronze Age Pervert is, and I'm not sure Destiny will either. So you have to expand on that a little bit. Federal Agent, I see your DMs. I'll make sure I get you in. Just be sure if you guys, if you send me a DM about getting into the AMA, just make sure that you're ready to ask your question if you've asked to be unmuted. Because if I call on you and you take more than 10 seconds to get on it, I'm going to move on or ask your question myself. Ariel,
Okay,
I'll ask you
I'm
a
here.
stupid question. Okay, I'm getting spammed with this really stupid question.
Oh boy.
It's from one of my admins. He wants to know why your server staff is anti-Tesla because they banned him for talking about Tesla.
I have a feeling that's probably not the only thing he got banned for.
I agree. Ariel, you're probably a piece of shit in some other way. Okay, next question. This is going to be from Dave45. And he says, I don't know if you still hold this position, but you're pro-incest. And in a debate with MSC, you said that pedophilia is wrong because of the social stigma and the possible trauma somebody could have. But doesn't this also completely apply to incest?
I don't even know where to begin. The question doesn't even make sense. I don't think that pedophilia is wrong and that being a pedophile is wrong. I think the wrong part is abusing a child. That's the wrong part. Also, to say that something is bad simply because there's a social stigma attached to it commits you to a lot of really weird moral positions that I don't know I would ever want to be committed to. For instance, 30 years ago, you could argue being gay is wrong because there's a social stigma attached. Or like 100 years ago, you know, women doing X, Y, Z is wrong because it's like, I can't even like parse the question. I'm not sure.
Okay. I mean, I guess he's just saying that he's assuming that there's some possible trauma that could happen in a case of incest.
I mean, there's like a possible trauma that could happen in any sexual or romantic relationship. Yeah. So I don't think that's like an argument against anything, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, there's your question, Dave. Okay. Next question is going to be from, I'll go with Amdir. Amdir? You are unmuted whenever you're ready, mister.
How's my audio?
It's beautiful.
Okay, Destiny. A few months back, you made a series of tweets about universal programs in which you said Social Security was not a universal program. Do you stand by that?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, so it's an income-tested program that you get if you work, which I don't really think necessarily qualifies as universal, and it only applies to you past retirement age.
The sense that you only put money into it if you work, but you're eligible for it, you know, anytime. You just have to go get a job in order to actually put that money into it.
Okay, I mean, would you say that like a 401k is a universal program because anybody can have access to one if they go and work and contribute to a 401k?
Probably.
Okay, I don't think universality of programs are usually thought of that way, but if that's your definition, then I guess in that case it would be universal.
Okay. So do 94% of people work? Because that's how many people get Social Security.
I think to qualify for Social Security, either you have to work or I think you can have a working spouse.
Okay. My second question was, are you planning on doing any canvassing for 2022?
Maybe, but probably not.
Okay. I think that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, MJ. Okay, next question's from Muko Puku. The question is, since you're someone who believes that a prison system should be more rehabilitative than retributive, if person A kills person B, and person A reforms themselves to be a better person who never kills again, should person A still go to jail even though they're changed and reformed by themselves to never kill again?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so if they've reformed themselves, actually, there's a really good case of this.
Yeah, there is.
Fuck, what's it? The Golden State Killer guy.
Was this the guy that was caught like really, really old in age?
Yeah, he's like 70 years old, and he raped and murdered like, I don't know, I think like 20 people or some shit. And they caught him recently, 70 something years old, and his wife and kids, you know, living. He's just a grumpy ass neighbor. So you think that guy shouldn't have gone to prison?
If they haven't, you're testing the extremes of that. But like, I mean, if they haven't done it in a long time, I mean, I think on principle I would say no. But the only thing that I'd be worried about is whether you're incentivizing people to like try to murder and then not get caught and then not care about it like 15 or 20 years later. Might be a bad thing.
Yeah, and I think you might also run into issues with like crimes of passion sort of thing. You know, people who kill someone in the moment, you know, during a fight or some shit. If they could argue that, you know, there's this one time thing because they're really upset or because they were in a fight and it would never happen again. It's not something that they typically do. It's not in line with their other a usual behavior. There might be an argument there for them not to be punished for that thing, if that's the line of thinking.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I mean, in general, what I'm thinking still stands, but I mean, there might be edge cases where if any, like, is any crime of passion then punishable with prison time? I mean, maybe it can be argued that, like, not every single person would commit a crime of passion. Therefore, if you did, there should be some rehabilitative thing there that, like, would everybody murder their spouse if they were told that their spouse is cheating? There's probably a small percentage of the population that would actually murder their spouse over something like that, right?
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that anytime somebody catches their spouse cheating or something, right? Like they fly into a rage or whatever, murder them both, and then later argue that it was totally out of line with their usual behavior, and they never do it again. So yeah, okay, we'll move on to the next question then. And that is going to be from Trevkin. Trevkin, you're a mod, so I think you can unmute yourself whenever you're ready. No, he doesn't want to. Okay, well, I'll ask it for you. The question is, do you think we should go back to Keynesian economics and move away from neoliberalism?
I don't like
sorry.
Oh.
Yeah, I was able to unmute myself. Yeah, I also had a follow-up question, but yeah, go on. Yeah, answer that if you want.
Do you want me to answer it, or were you going to ask it?
Yeah. Did you hear that question?
Yeah, I don't like to think about, like, trying to think in terms of, like, schools of thought. Like, I would rather just, like, think about individual policies and I guess, like, general guiding principles than, like, is this Keynesian or is this more neoliberal, which I don't even know is like, excludes all Keynesian thought or Keynesian or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I would have to, like, look policy by policy rather than just saying, like, this is a school of thought we should commit to.
So it's kind of moving towards more of a demand side policy rather than supply side. And also my follow-up question was, do you think Biden's kind of doing a good job at that? Because I kind of think that looking at the way he's changed over the years, he actually does seem like he's more looking to leave a legacy like FDR rather than looking for a revolving door job like he might have done in the past.
I mean, I approve so far of, like, his policies. I think he's done a good job at getting good stuff on the books. I mean, I would agree with that. I don't know if I would think of it more in terms of, like, legacy or neoliberalism or anything like that. I like his policies.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, cool. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Trev. The next question is from String. String, whenever you're ready.
Sure, Destiny, thanks for the time. I've asked this before in these AMAs, never gotten through. I guess I'll ask it again. That you're one of the more informed people playing in the politics space on Twitch versus honestly only Deepak and Bastiat is frankly embarrassing. You and the bulk of the people you debate with have merely the most surface takes on the vast majority of topics, especially ones where specialized expertise would be most relevant. While you specifically defer to expertise when you're aware of it, when you're not, you have assisted in the dissemination of misinformation. What do you think can be done to get this kind of dissemination of garbage from Twitch lessened? And what are you doing to make this happen?
I mean, when I talk about things, I just get feedback from my audience to see if I'm right or wrong, basically. So usually the most helpful thing is if I'm going over a particular topic, usually if I'm messing something up pretty bad, they're usually subject expert matters in those fields that will reach out to me and email me, and then I can, like, broaden my perspective that way, and then I just do my best to correct as I keep moving on, basically. I think is all I can do.
And more specifically, what can we do to get other people to pay attention to
Nothing.
subject
Nobody
matter
cares about that. Listeners don't care about being correct, and people that do streams don't care about being correct. So it just has to be, like, a personal drive from a streamer himself to care about it. Most people just want, like, drama, screaming, and ideological commitment rather than any actual commitment to, like, factual accuracy or anything like that.
Thank you very much.
Actually, String, can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
So, can you give us an example of, like, misinformation
of course.
that Destiny has pushed?
So I'm speaking only about the area where I am a subject matter expert. Destiny had a conversation with a guy about GameStop and naked shorting and shorting, where both of them had basically no idea what they were talking about. The amount of times that they said things that are just at odds with how stock markets work was ludicrous. And I understand that people don't know when they're not an expert, when they're saying things that are wrong. But when you're going to platform a guy who's making up stuff about the stock market, you kind of have an obligation to find someone who knows when he's just saying nonsense.
Am I supposed to respond to that? What? Oh, I think everything I said was pretty true regarding that. If there's a particular thing you think I'm incorrect about, feel free to.
I mean, I could go over it point by point, but you know, it's months later at this point.
I mean, you could just give me one point. I'm curious.
Sure. I'll be back shortly.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So let me know when you're registering. Conical, you're spamming my DMs. You're next. Don't be a bitch, please. Thank you.
Hey, what up, Destiny?
Hi.
Alright, so my question was like over the last year or so, you've seen the GOP kind of, you know, become the ostracized part of politics or whatever. Do you think they're ever gonna like win again?
Yeah, isn't the GOP like in a pretty good position right now for the next election with the Biden approval numbers being pretty low?
I mean, are they? If Trump runs again, I can see them winning, but without Trump, I don't think they're gonna last very long.
Okay, I will know when it happens. I guess I don't know. I can't predict the future. I don't know, but I know that right now like Biden's numbers are really iffy, so anything is possible.
Oh, no, one more question. Are you ever gonna go on the Dick Show again?
Maybe if he has me on.
You should.
Okay. Thank you, Conical. Next question is going to be from Vanilla. Vanilla, as soon as I find you in this last 1 second. Okay, you're unmuted. I lied. Okay, now you're unmuted.
Wait, what?
Yeah, go for it. Your question.
Oh. Yeah, Destiny, why don't you give more intellectual answers?
To what?
Every single question people have asked you.
I mean, it depends on the question. Like some of these are like, there's not really much to engage with.
Wait, was that actually your question?
No, I'm just being annoying.
Nice, good one.
Okay, so you have a kid, right?
Yep.
Okay, great. How do you like parent? Like, how do you differentiate between you know, your time online and your time with your child?
Well, considering I don't live there right now, most of my time is spent online. I mean, it's good. There's
Who's
like
your
different.
child?
What?
Who's your kid?
Who is he?
No, where is he?
He lives in Nebraska. I live in Florida.
Are you a deadbeat dad?
Good one. Nice.
Yo, come on.
I'm just asking.
Yes, you got me.
You got him. Okay, thank you, Vanilla. Next question is going to be from King. King, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Dooby. My
No
question for you,
problem.
Destiny, is: do you think that Dooby is a racist?
Oh God.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, that's all I
What the
needed.
fuck?
Thank you.
That's all right, dudes.
Fuck you.
We're all a little racist.
Yeah, I'm specifically racist to people from Madagascar for a reason. Okay. Next question. I'm just gonna read this one out. This was from Big Boy. You have a lot of sex. How does one get better at lasting longer in bed? And how does a man get better in bed generally? What are some sex resources you'd recommend?
Practice makes perfect. So if you want to get better, usually you just have to practice, communicate with your partner, talk to them, ask them questions, figure out what they like or what they don't like. That's really all there is to it. There's not like a magical secret.
Okay. Practice and communication seems like it's the answer there,
Yep.
Mr. Big Boy. Okay, next question is from Alu. Alu, whenever you're ready. Alu?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I had my mic muted on my side. So I feel like one of the biggest issues we have with leftism in America is the memory hole. Specifically when it comes to the history of labor and law. In historical America, things like the Taft-Hartley Bill that was introduced under World War II.
What was the
to
first thing
break
you
down
said?
the
You said memory bills?
The memory hole. That is the largest issue that we have right now in terms of like, you know, a law, labor, the historical leftism that we do have. I feel like people don't know, like Taft-Hartley bill that was introduced after World War II, breaking down the unions, paving the road for right to work laws. People like Eugene Debs, Huey Long, who brought forth like, you know, critical support for FDR, were able to hand down large portions of the Deep South and places like Iowa, etc., to FDR. Under the idea that FDR was going to allow the share of the wealth plan through, which was composed from Huey Long and some other critical.
I feel like some people just want to ask questions to
wealth
talk a lot. I don't know what the
redistribution, that
point
was
of...
free housing, that was, you know, wealth caps, breakdown of, you know, carnivorous multinationals, etc. Now that didn't end up getting shot down by FDR, and later they passed Taft-Hartley, which reduced our labor laws. And so essentially what we have here is, I don't understand how we can argue for more egalitarian measures and then ignore the fact that our current strategies, they're just the result of our former strategies either no longer being legal or even considered to be something to be encouraged. I feel like we've lost the plot. So I don't understand when I watch like YouTubers talking about leftism, what they even come close to having a solution to this issue. It just feels like idpol, progressivism, I am right, I am holy, but then there's not really any engagement beyond that. It's just kind of clout chasing. I guess I'm asking how do you fit this? How do you work this in your mind?
I'm not entirely sure what the question is. How do we get people to have a better engagement historically with what's happened, or how do we get people to just not be like so shallow with their political analyses?
Sure.
Or
I can clean it up. We have a substantial amount of history as far as how much real work and how much frankly more radical the left used to be in the 20s than we are right now, and how much closer we were to passing and unionizing and organizing and agitating and educating, all of these things. We don't know that history for the most part, and it feels like we have kind of forgotten how to organize in that way. And I don't really understand how we're filling that gap now when we don't really even engage on that side of the things. We don't engage in organization outside of whatever the fuck RedTube is, you know what I mean? Like I don't see the path forward, and I don't see what you guys do. So I'm asking for like your take on what the value here is of this kind of brand that you adopt.
I mean, I just try to be as factually accurate and true about things as I can be, and that's what I do online. I mean, if you feel strongly about something, then try to engage if you can. But I can't like solve all the discourse of the world. I'm not sure. Like, yeah, I mean, all I try to do online is I try to be as factually correct as possible, and then like give people my thoughts on what we should do to improve the situation, and that's really all I can do. I don't know how to get everybody else on like the.
Well, so like for instance, I hear, you know, people like you, Hassan, whoever, you know, pick your name. They will talk about unions all day and never once bring up Taft-Hartley, which is the law that outright bans half of the measures that these unions used to take that are now no longer possible. I don't understand how you can have that conversation. It feels very shallow. And you saying that, okay, I can't speak about everything and I try to follow the facts, but facts without direction are just facts. That's all they are. I don't understand how you can competently come to the conclusion of, or competently create the kind of thing you want to see without actually going into how we got here in the first place.
I don't understand how that's relevant in any part, size, shape, or form. I don't understand. I guess I'm just not saying.
You don't understand how.
If somebody is saying that, like, I think we should have a stronger union culture in the United States, whether our union culture was made harder in the 80s, the 1900s, the 15th century, or what, I don't know how. Like, if you want to get into like, if somebody's having a specific conversation on how did we get here, then I guess we can have that conversation. But like, I don't understand the purpose of like, well, you guys aren't even talking about why it was originally made difficult. Like, I don't know how relevant. I don't even know if the political conversations that existed at that time in the United States are relevant to the political conversations or realities that exist today. So I mean, having the historical background is nice, but I don't know if that like you ask somebody like, do you like unions, and they're like, yeah, and it's like, oh well, I bet you don't even know what originally made them harder to form. I don't know if that's like a valid critique of somebody's point of view.
Okay, well, let me put it this way, right? If I am voting and I'm looking at the board of politicians to vote for, and I have my left-wing politicians, I have my right-wing politicians, my whatever, right? If I don't know something like, for instance, again, Taft-Hartley, the bill that expressly forbids half of this shit, if I don't even know that exists, how can I possibly expect my politicians to undo the damage? And that's just kind of this general trend that I see, where it's you have your talking points and you have your rhetoric, and some of it's correct, some of it's not, but it's about issues that are very it doesn't seem to actually integrate into the politics of what actually happens. It just
I don't think if you're somebody and you say like, oh, I wish we had stronger unions, does like knowing or not knowing what piece of legislation is preventing that, is that relevant to the conversation?
Yes. Why would that not? Wait, so understanding the role that like unions in America took throughout World War II and on all the way to now, like is critical. How can you expect to have a conversation?
If that's the goal, then none of this matters, because like the average American is just never going to learn any of this shit. So then
the average American is stupid, and so they'll never learn anything. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying that not everybody is going to get the historical backdrop for every single piece of legislation that might exist in the United States.
The historical backdrop is not complicated. In fact, half of like
how many people do you think know about what you're talking about right now?
Well, how many people talk about it? That's my whole point.
Talk about wanting to have stronger unions in the United States? I think quite a few people have every single... No, I'm not simplifying. I'm just trying to make you understand. Right? Like how many... aren't public sector unions the largest unions in the country? So, I mean, probably quite a few people think about or talk about unions or whatever, but they don't all have like the historical backdrop on this. Like, it's probably somewhat rare, I would imagine.
The strongest unions are those affiliated with the state in some fashion. Federal agencies, police unions, teacher unions, etc. High integrations. If you're a logger, your union, be blessed to have that union because that's rare. And even then, imagine being in a state where unions are legal. My state, Virginia, has right to work. We don't get unions here. We don't get unions at all. So, like, the idea... I don't understand what you're saying.
Hold on.
You're
You
saying
didn't... Wait. You didn't respond to anything I just said.
Okay,
what I said
repeat
was
it then.
that there's probably a lot of people that have opinions about unions and stuff that are even in unions, but they don't have the historical knowledge. Does that mean that like their opinions are like not important, or that they can't advocate for change or whatever because they don't know like what particular piece of legislation is like the major roadblock for, you know, what they want to get done? I just don't agree with that.
I don't think that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you can't support, like, if you, I'm not saying you have to have like a near autistic level of detail and nuance in every point you make in order to argue for an argument. What I am saying though is that what concerns me is that not just on the subject of unions, but especially, like, that's the example I gave you, so whatever, that these people don't even bother to go into it. It's hand holding. Hassan is I think a much worse actor than you, but like, when it comes to this shit, I don't think saying most people don't care, most people understand, they already support it, why do we have to... You don't have to be overcomplicated and be like the leftist meme archetype in order to get a concept across that matters. And
Wait, why do you have to invoke a historical argument ever if you're talking about like unions?
But again, we have... It's not just they don't want to give us what they want, like we want. There are laws in place that form the basis of how these things operate.
Yeah, but then you would advocate for
Understanding that-
changing those laws, right?
Yes, but we don't, and none of you do. None of you advocate. When's the last time you brought up Taft-Hartley in your fucking thing?
Is
Like,
Taft-Hartley
it doesn't
the thing
happen.
that makes it so that closed shops are illegal?
It's one of many factors on the pressure that is on unions. And
Okay,
I'm
wait, what does
saying
Taft-Hartley do?
Taft-Hartley bid, for instance, Wildcat strike. So essentially, what we had before. You're familiar with like the strikes that went down through the Appalachians and in Flint, Michigan, etc., right?
Okay.
Are you?
Yeah.
Okay. So during the time we had FDR in office, there was a relationship, a level of common traveler with FDR and several of these like more leftist politicians that we did have at the time, people like Huey Long, etc. They were able, right, during these strikes, the strike wave of like the 35s, they were able to say, you know what, FDR, come in, protect the workers as they seize them into production, and protect the production.
Wait, hold on.
So
You haven't answered my question at all. Okay.
Dude.
Yeah.
Okay. Rephrase it so I can answer it.
My
the way
question,
you
I
framed
was just,
it.
what does Taft-Hartley do that's like so important to be mindful of?
Yeah, I was just explaining that to you.
No, you weren't. Wait.
How was I not?
I'm asking about a particular law. What does that
Yeah.
law do? I don't
That's
need you to
what
tell
I was just describing to you.
Okay.
I literally am trying to explain this to you, Destiny. So, again, FDR came in, he protected both sides of the arrangement. We're doing a sit-down strike, he protects the workers, and he protects the means of production. Everybody's happy. After that, right, we had Taft-Hartley. This is now banned. So, in effect, what this looks like is before... They seize the means of production. The company says, yeah, we're going to send you a notice. They call the police call give you a trespass notice. It goes to court 31 days. But they could not like compel you, right? The violence, that aspect of where you're just trespassing straight up.
Okay,
that is
I
a much
read
more
the
definitive
wiki.
line.
I know what it
Yes.
means. Okay, you still
Okay.
didn't answer any part of it though, but I was able
Amazing.
to read it while you were rambling on that. But okay, so
Okay,
now
well-
what's your point, or now what do you want to talk about related to this?
I feel like you're being a little bit disingenuous. I'm just saying that none of this is talked about. The historical aspects of how we got to where we are definitely matter in regards to how to move forward if we're looking at undoing some of the damage.
Okay,
so
then
I don't...
why not go be like a history streamer then, or I guess email your historical takes to people if you want them to talk about the history.
Okay, so your solution is go start your own business.
I don't think many people, nobody engages with politics in a historical manner like that outside of maybe hardcore activists and academics. Like nobody like plugs into politics that way.
You consider yourself to be like a very high profile leftist YouTuber, yes, who engages in politics, and yet you're making the argument that knowing more about historical leftism is a bad thing or somehow not a positive. I don't understand that.
Not that it's not that it's bad or not positive, just that it's a little bit irrelevant. I don't think people engage people don't engage historically like that with political stuff. That's just not how people do politics. I think they look at
Really?
like what's in front of them. They will look and see what like current politicians are saying, like, and then they just engage with the political reality that they kind of like live in every day. They don't think like, oh wow, you know, this reminds me of like back in the 50s, like I learned in history class. Like, I just don't think people engage with politics that way. So that's not typically how I talk about them.
Okay, Destiny. Anyway, that's all I had to say.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ella. Our next question is going to be from Nasty Water. Among the left, why is there so much pushback against color/gender blind mentalities as opposed to discriminatory mentalities such as, say, mentalities which conceived affirmative action? I guess
you're just trying to
what he's
ask,
asking-
is affirmative action racist? Was that like a complicated way of asking that?
No, I think what he's asking is, so why are people so opposed to the colorblind way of thinking?
Because I think
You know,
the problem
rather-
with being colorblind is that if there are injustices that are being committed on the basis of skin color, then being colorblind essentially means that you're never going to be able to see those problems. That's why people push against colorblindness.
Okay. So next question is from Desert. Bronze Age Pervert is a writer and podcaster who many would describe as far right, who believes the fundamental human struggle. I'm sorry, let me reread this. Who believes that fundamental human struggle is a struggle for space. Does Destiny think that's correct?
For
So do
space,
you
like
believe
geography, or?
Yeah, it seems so. Yeah, so do you think that the fundamental human struggle is a struggle for space on this planet?
If you want to boil it down that way, I get really bored with people that are like really big on trying to make every single problem comes down to the one like pet issue they have. So like women, or not women, but like hardcore feminists might say every single problem in society comes from the patriarchy. Anita Sarkeesian said every single problem came from bad video games. I'm exaggerating. Or like the people that are like, oh yeah, all problems come from this one thing. Like usually whenever somebody tries to give like a narrative like that, I'm usually thinking like, okay, well this is the thing you like talking about, so that's how you want to diagnose every problem in society. But I don't like buy into that much. Like I'm sure you could do an analysis where like every single problem in society comes from like people wanting to fuck women or something if you are reductive enough about it.
Okay. And just to kind of expand on that a little bit, because there's a question similar related to this that I see people ask a lot or bring up a lot. And it's the idea that struggle itself, right, is necessary for like human development or for like human happiness. And I don't mean like, physical pain. I mean like needing to get out and go to work or farm or whatever the fuck. Do you think that that's something that's necessary, that as things become more... become easier, become more, you push a button and someone brings you food or whatever the fuck. Do you think that that's like a negative thing?
Some types of struggle probably enrich us. Some types of struggle are probably really bad for us, but yeah, I mean, that's going to depend. Like, I'll agree to that, and I'll say, yeah, there's some types of struggle that are probably good. Like, the struggle of reading a whole book or exercise or whatever is probably good. But then the problem is anytime you say this, people are like, yeah, this is true. This is why we should be able to beat the shit out of our fucking kids because that builds character. And it's like, no, probably not, you dumb fuck. You're just like horrible parent that wants to take their frustrations out of their fucking child. So, yeah, I think it depends. It depends on the type of struggle, but like some type of struggle or adversity is probably good or builds character. We should have some level of resiliency. You should be able to deal with adverse events without it like destroying you mentally, or having to get a safe space in school, or having to ban everybody from Twitter or whatever. So yeah, I mean, like some level of resilience is good. Yeah.
Okay. Next question's from Reggie. Reggie, whenever you're ready.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
So yeah.
Nice.
Sorry. Okay. So I kind of have like two questions, right? They're kind of distinct of each other. So one question is that you gave a definition of being a pedo that kind of falls under what Mr. Girl believes, right? And I've heard you say that Mr. Girl is not a pedo. However, again, like under your definition of what a pedo is, he would fall under it, and so
I think we disagree on like types of attraction and shit. Like it seems like every time he talks about like attraction to a minor, he's getting at like situational stuff, which I think is fundamentally different than being innately attracted to like prepubescent features. But who knows?
Well, okay, so he literally said that he found a 10-year-old attractive, right? And you said that if somebody finds an underage person attractive, then they are a pedo.
Yeah, but the distinction we're trying to get over is whether or not you find them attractive, like literally because they have prepubescent features versus like despite that and because of some other thing was like the what we got hung up on. But if you wanted to be a pedo by my definition, go for it too. I don't really care about the labeling that much. It's not something I'm that interested in.
You also said that I remember on the panel debate, right? They brought up an interesting question about, or interesting example of how there's this lady, this grown adult who looks like a 7-year-old. Not exactly sure like what age she looks like, but I know for a fact that she looks like she could be under 12, right? And you said that apparently it would not be right for her to like post porn of herself because that would fall under the definition.
So long
of
as child pornography is illegal, then yeah, correct. It probably shouldn't be allowed to make pornography of herself. Yeah.
Well, okay. How exactly does she fall under definition of child porn?
Because we define child pornography as the consumption of like child porn, and her body is a child's body, and when you're consuming pornography of her, you'd be basically consuming child porn.
So anybody that has a child body is automatically, like if they record themselves, then they're automatically producing child porn?
Yeah, if you have a child's body, I would say so, yeah.
Okay. Well, what if, I mean, I feel like that's a little bit of like a little bit of an unfair thing, because there's a lot of people, for example, there's like a group of people in Africa, like there's this tribe man in Africa that are, like they are all dwarves, and they
A dwarf's body is not a child's body. There's a fundamental difference. But anybody that matches the description of what I just said, I would also say like, yeah, you probably shouldn't be able to consume porn of that person, right?
Okay. Well, I mean, I just fundamentally disagree, right? I feel like she should have the right to do whatever she wants as an adult.
Okay. Why do you think do you think normal child porn should be illegal?
Yeah, it should be illegal. Yep.
Okay. If you think normal child porn should be illegal, why?
Because the children cannot really consent to like producing that porn.
Okay, do you think that it could... Okay, so you don't care about the incentivization of any other child porn or whatever?
No, not really.
Oh, well...
I mean, yeah.
I'm trying to think of how far... Is it wrong just because the person didn't consent to making it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you think that other forms of like viewing film of stuff that people didn't consent to, do you think that that should be legal? Or do you think child pornography is something special?
Well, like for example, if somebody posted, like if somebody recorded me, right, without my consent.
No,
right?
like a murder or like something like that.
Okay.
So if somebody kills somebody, like we can typically watch these like pretty vile actions that people didn't consent to. Like, what's like the special thing that makes child porn illegal versus consuming any other thing that people didn't consent to?
Well, what do you mean? Like if somebody's killed, they're dead, right? Like,
okay, so if you rape, murder a child, then can you watch their child porn since the child's dead?
If you rape, murder a child?
Like it doesn't, right? It feels like there's like a special reason. There's some special thing around child porn that makes so we can't watch child porn. But it doesn't seem to be just the consent thing, because it seems like there are tons of other like types of legal things that people can't consent to or don't consent to that we are allowed to watch, right?
Well, if you rape, murder a child, you would first, like when you're recording it, like initially that child will still be alive, right? Like of course eventually that child is going to end up being dead. However, like there's going to be parts of that recorded video where like that child is alive and still is not able to consent. So I don't think that example really works.
Okay. This is as long as child porn is illegal, I think that people that are in like child's bodies probably shouldn't be able to make porn. I mean, I don't know. That's my position on it. Yeah, I don't think I've heard like.
Just like I think your position kind of, I don't know. It's a little bit like too controlling, right? Like just like it's a little bit unfair that somebody's born into a body and they have no control of how they look, right? They just so happen to look like a child for the rest of their life, and so they can't do the specific thing, right? It's a little bit discriminatory, right? Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, but I mean, we discriminate based on child porn. I mean, there might be the case that there is a very mature 16 or 17-year-old that could film pornography that could save their entire family from like starvation, but we don't allow them to because they're a child, and that's kind of discriminatory, right? I mean, like that's not typically how we evaluate these laws, if they're good or bad or not. And it's insofar as like the consumption of child pornography is illegal, the idea of having a woman in a child's body producing pornography should probably be illegal if we're going to maintain that consistency. That would be my example.
Well, okay, so your example of like a 16-year-old, right? Like, okay, well, we don't know if that 16-year-old is mature, right? Well, in the United States, right, a 16-year-old really can't do a lot of things that an adult can do, right? They can't really own a house or whatever. I think if it was like, in a situation where, I guess in Italy, right? Like if, because I think I'm not sure if it's only just if it only applies to like you can have sex with a 14-year-old or like if a 14-year-old can also own a house or property. But if there's a situation where like in a country where a 16-year-old can own property, they can basically do anything that an adult can do, then I think, okay, well, that's perfectly fine for that 16-year-old to make porn because, that's pretty much proof that they're actually very mature enough to actually understand that, this will receive negative outcomes. However, again, like I don't think your example really works in the United States because it would be very hard to prove that person is mature enough to do that, and that person already is not allowed to do a lot of stuff that an adult can do. Sorry, I'm rambling, but
no, it's okay. I mean, I understand. I think it's a weird issue. I mean, I can see arguments on the other side. It just seems like it feels like people don't actually believe this is my problem. It feels like intuitively people don't want child porn to be legal for reasons. And then all of these other things are kind of like post hoc justified. So here's an example. Let's say that somebody walks in on me and I'm full on fucking jerking it halfway through, rock hard dick, about to launch the biggest cum shot of my life, and it's like 2 7-year-olds fucking. If you saw that on my screen, you'd be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, this is actually fucked up. And if I was like, whoa, no. They both have a really rare disease, so they look like children. I feel like nobody that's defending this argument for this one will be like, oh, well, in that case, never mind. It's actually totally cool. That's actually really hot. I'm going to start jerking off next to you to it. Like, I feel like every single person would look at that and go like, dude, this is fucking child porn. I don't care what they look like. What the fuck is wrong with Or I don't care what their age is. Like, it's children. You're looking at 8-year-old children. Like, I feel like that would be how people tend to justify this is how people tend to justify their feelings on it. Everybody would be opposed to it. They say it doesn't matter that they're 2 adults in children's bodies. You're jerking off to child porn. That's okay, well, but maybe people wouldn't be that but that's my feeling on it, that like people are going like really far. It's like, well, technically if they're an adult in a child's body, it's okay because they can consent to it, blah blah blah. But we don't talk about like, this is the thing, like every time you talk about justifying this, you're trying to justify it on the production side. But everybody's in favor of the production of child porn being illegal. But the problem is we're not talking about the production of child porn being illegal. We're talking about the consumption of child porn being illegal. And just consuming child porn in and of itself is illegal, which seems like it should be desegregated from the production of the thing itself. That's what it feels like to me. But maybe not, people go in different ways. Like, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I think people should change their kind of view of it, right? You made a really good point, right? Most people would view it as child porn, but I don't think people should view it as child porn. I think people should view it as, like adult porn, right? And I mean, I can also just to kind of add on to that, right? I would even say that there would even be some possible benefits, right, of that lady producing that type of porn, right? Because it offers like an actual legal, like a legal and moral, like a good legal moral way of like actually consuming porn without them getting arrested or whatever, right? It's like,
yeah, maybe, you know what, if people think that, that's cool if people think that, but man, that sounds like the exact opposite of arguments I've heard related to child porn for my entire life. But if people want to say that, then go for it. I don't know. I'm not like super broad. I don't really care that much about this particular issue because it's not something I think about a lot, but I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know if I can ask another question, or I don't know if...
Go for it. Or it's Dooby's AMA, not mine, sorry.
Yeah, go for it. So hold on, let me read my notes real quick. Okay, so I think you had a really bad point on RGR. It's a little bit of a long. It's a debate that happened a long time ago, I guess, sort of. But so the debate with RGR versus Dell, right?
Yep.
Okay, so I remember you kind of said that RGR did very bad in that debate, or not necessarily very bad, but you said that she did almost as bad as Doe, which I was actually really surprised.
I don't think I said that at all. I think I said she did worse than Doe. I thought Doe did better in that debate than she did.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I do not believe that. I mean, of course, RGR's point of like, oh, you should police what people think. I think that was a bad point, and I think she should have probably focused more on the broad topic of the actual thing, right?
Okay.
And
I mean, I would disagree with her probably on every single point, from the fundamental to the most abstract. So I don't know
Okay.
how that helps us at all. But
okay, well, okay, can you tell me why you disagree with the broad point anyway?
what was her broad point was that any sort of sexualization on any level that occurs in any public area around children is like necessarily the exploitation of children or something. That seemed like a completely untenable point.
Well, I mean, she never really made an argument that strong. She said that you can make an argument that could justify pedophilia, but I don't think she said that you're really exploiting children. I think she said that.
I think she said almost verbatim that it would count as like you're taking a child and you're engaging with them in some sort of sexual act in a non-consenting manner. I think that's almost verbatim what she was arguing.
Okay.
Am I, or if I'm wrong on that, you can correct me.
I don't remember coming out the debate thinking that. I came out of the debate thinking that she just thinks that, you know, you should probably not do that around children because that would just be an immoral thing.
Wait, you should probably not do that? No, it was a moral argument they were having. It wasn't a like, oh, you probably shouldn't do that. It was like, this is a morally wrong.
I do agree that it is morally wrong to do that around children, yeah.
Okay, so that's the argument then, not like you probably shouldn't. Probably shouldn't is not an argument. That's like a discussion between friends about if you should eat your pizza folded or not, right? You probably should, you probably shouldn't. We're having a moral discussion. It's like you ought not to or you ought to, or this is morally acceptable or morally wrong, right?
Yeah, but like why should you morally be able to do that around children, right? Like if you're
there's probably like scaling degrees of like if a child is not cognizant whatsoever that some type of sexual act is taking place and it's not something that their like attention is brought to, like does that make it a sex act involving a child? Probably not.
Okay.
Like if you've got like, for instance, like when you're a parent and you are in your house and you're having sex and you might have children in your house, like are you necessarily involving your children in a sex act because you know they have to like they might hear you through the walls or something? Like probably not.
Okay. Well then, again, last point I guess towards that. I remember you said that you kind of disagree because I remember RJR brought out the point, which I thought it was a really good point, that you should not be able to take a picture of someone without their consent because that'll be a morally wrong thing.
No, so her point was bad here. So she was saying that she used the example, if you took a picture of somebody without their consent and jerked off to it, is that unethical because you're involving them in a sex act that they didn't consent to? So the problem is there's two separate actions there that she tried to analyze as one, but there's actually two distinct things going on. Taking a picture of somebody without their consent, that's probably unethical, assuming you're not like in a public space and all that shit. That's probably unethical, but jerking off to somebody without them knowing about it, that's totally fair. That's fine. Like if you go and look at somebody's Facebook picture and you jerk off to it, that's not like you're not committing like a thought crime there or some moral, wrong or whatever. Like, I don't think there's any harm being done there to a person.
Yeah, because okay, then I guess we kind of agree on that point because I remember later on she brought up a really good point. I don't think you actually watched this, but she brought up a good point of like, oh well, what if, there's a lot of cases where women are raped and they don't know anything about it, right? They weren't aware of it, right? So would that be morally wrong if they never knew it and that person never told them about it?
They get into weird. You have to go run down some normative ethics arguments to get there. But you can make very weird arguments about like if you can remove somebody's memory or remove somebody's like understanding of what's happening to them at a given point in time. Is it moral or immoral? Like it gets you can still. There are reasons why it's wrong to do so. It gets a little bit more complicated to say why. But I mean, we can probably just say like outright that like doing something to somebody against their consent should probably always be a thing that we avoid in society.
Well, I mean, isn't that kind of like backtracking to what you said? Because you said that it's fine to...
Yeah, but thinking about somebody is not doing an action to them, right? I'm not like, if I think about somebody and I masturbate to them, I'm not like doing something to them.
Okay. But I guess your point is that more so you have to do an action towards them to actually... for there to be a moral problem, right?
Yeah, you have to do something to them, right?
Okay. Well, I mean, I see your point then. So I think that's why you'd also think it's wrong for them to take a picture of them without their consent.
Yeah, because you're capturing a picture of somebody without their consent is kind of a wrong. We have like some level of privacy expectations in society, I think.
Okay. Yeah, that's all the petition I had then.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Reggie. Legoland, you are up as soon as I find you here. Go for it.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Destiny, I had a question. One sec. Do you think you're giving up optical ground to neo-pronoun users by allowing them to say the pronoun they is misgendering?
I
Basically,
don't
I've seen
agree
this,
that.
like,
Wait, I don't agree that they is misgendering. I've never agreed with that.
yeah, I think like there's gonna be like pushback on like the difference between pronouns and gendering pronouns, because saying you or they or it were never meant to gender. They're just like pronouns, and
Okay.
people think that they're like gendered in some way. And that seems crazy to me.
Yeah, I think using they is fine if you want to.
All right, never mind.
Okay.
Oh, that was simple. Okay, next is Grodius. Grodius, you can unmute yourself whenever you're ready.
Yeah, what's your ideology, like, truly? Like, at one point, someone called you a neoliberal, but you didn't really like that. Like, what do you identify ideologically?
I don't like that labels and everything is so dumb. As soon as you like identify as a label, you've got to spend more time saying what you don't believe in rather than what you do believe in. Like, I don't know. I'm probably anywhere from neoliberal to sockdem to just bog standard Democrat to who the fuck knows. I don't know. I talk about like individual policies or moral positions rather than like this is the ideological group that I belong to.
Oh, awesome, thank you. That was all.
Okay.
Take care.
Also simple. I like simple questions. Next one is going to be from Polycube. Polycube, whenever you're ready.
Let me see. Sorry, I wrote it down somewhere.
It's okay.
I said, basically, Destiny, I was just wondering, like, will you ever take responsibility for platforming two notoriously bad political streamers, Hassan and Vash? And you think that Mr. Girl will be any different?
I don't know what take responsibility means. It sounds like a loaded word that means nothing. And then, I don't know, I talk to Mr. Girl because I think he's interesting. That's usually why I talk to most people.
But like you admit, like it's like you platform Hassan a little bit, and like he's kind of whack a little bit. Like most people think so. I think so. And like same with Vash. Like, do you think like Mr. Girl? You think he's gonna be whack? Like, I feel like he might be.
If he is, and he is, and when he says whack shit, I'll say he's saying whack shit. I mean, that's all I can do.
But you got to think, like this is a bad streak. I'm gonna be real with you. This is a bad streak. Like at this point, you got to realize like.
Okay, yeah, I'll never talk to anybody again. You got me. Okay.
Nah, you got to just have more discernment, and to get discernment, you got to go to God, and God will give you more discernment, so you'll find better people to talk to.
Well, I mean, considering how many priests are ordained in the Catholic Church under the guidance of God that end up raping kids, I think I'm pretty good on relying on that dude for judgment for good people. So.
And also, anyway, I have another question, but I appreciate the answer. Why you should? I feel like you should engage with more conspiracy theories. I don't see you ever really talking about them. Like, I feel like it's interesting, and you never really do it, bro. Like, I've never seen you talk about Hunter Biden, bro. Like that would be cool. Like,
I mean, I have a little bit. It's just there's usually these conspiracy theories are really dumb.
I don't think so. I think they're cool, bro. I'm not even gonna lie with you, bro. I think it's cool, but damn, people in your chat calling me schizophrenic. Like, I'm barely schizophrenic. But anyway, thank you for talking.
Wait,
to me.
did you say you're barely schizophrenic?
Yeah, barely. I mean, we probably all are a little bit.
Okay,
but,
that's a Mr. Girl answer.
Okay. But anyway, now I've talked to you before, Destiny. You're always a good guy. You're a good guy. Go back to Christianity. I love you. And I'm done with this. I'm done with.
Okay. Okay. Next question is gonna be from I'll go with Robin State. As soon as I find you, Mr. There you are. Okay, you're unmuted.
Hey Destiny, how's it going?
Hi, what's up?
First question, it's unrelated to my question, is how's Miami going?
It's going okay.
Good. So my first question is, do you still consider yourself a utilitarian?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and then my second question is, when you do your utilitarian calculus, what are the things that you value as a net positive, and what are the things that you value as a net negative?
Jesus, I don't know. That's a really, really, really broad question. I mean, there's tons of potential positives. It could be anything from bodily autonomy to ability to fuck people's moms to like ability to play video games. I don't know. There's like a million potential things, right? I don't know. It's like the totality of life experiences. There are things that could be positives and negatives.
Okay, so do you kind of go like on a case-by-case basis then, I guess?
Yeah, I guess. Or there are like some things that I like broadly value. Like I value the ability to be like happy and healthy and have some level of autonomy, or like, you know, free decision to navigate the world as I please. Like, but I mean, it depends. All of these things have to be weighed against each other at points in time as well.
So then, okay, all right, that's pretty much it. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Next question is going to be from Chaco. Chaco, you're unmuted.
Oh, cool. Hello, everyone. So my question is, if you were to do reparations for Black people, would you fund the reparations by taxing white slave owners or the descendants of white slave owners more?
I don't even know how we could even begin to like figure that out. Like, who is a descendant of a like white slave owner or whatever, right?
Sure, but would you? Is that a reason to just tax people that weren't involved in slavery?
I don't even know how, if I was doing reparations, I don't even know how I would like figure that out. I don't know if I would do reparations. But if I would, I mean, it would have to be based on like deals that were already on the books, and then it would depend on who made the deals. Like, yeah, it would depend on who made the deals. If the U.S. government made the deals, and it would just be paid out of the U.S. government's general fund, probably. I don't think we're going to be taxing individuals to pay people back for slavery or whatever. That seems like it would be really difficult to do.
Okay, okay, so you would be fine with like just doing it out of the general fund?
Yeah, I guess so, right? If we were going to, it seems like that'd be the only way to do it. Otherwise, it would be politically impossible. It would be morally questionable at best.
Oh, I agree. It would be morally questionable. I don't understand why you. Okay, I guess I don't want to go. I have two questions, and maybe I shouldn't spend too much time on it. My second question is, why would you ever want to vote your principles? Like, why not just always vote in your self-interest?
I mean, I guess ideally, the way that I view it is ultimately your principles should, at the end of the day, like serve your self-interest. Otherwise, you have weird principles, is how I would say it. But
sure, but like you, for example, probably would be best served by voting for Republican in terms of like taxes, right? So
yeah, but I don't want to live in a world that Republicans advocate for, right? So I'd rather pay more taxes and live like in a more liberal world than a conservative one where I pay less taxes.
But on the social issues where you disagree with Republicans, you are not really going to be affected that much, right? You're not affected by racism.
No, but like I don't want to live in that world. I'm affected because I have to deal every day in a world with like crazy Republicans with these types of feelings. That has like a measurable effect on me.
Well, do you mean because of your job that you have to discuss with them? Is that what you mean?
No, I mean it makes me feel a certain way to be like with people that I consider to be like really socially regressive, or to live like in environments with like conservatives that are being like really socially regressive.
Is it like an empathetic response? You don't like seeing people suffer?
Yeah, I guess. Or I don't like being around people that are like bigoted or like have certain ideas about other groups of people for no reason. Like, yeah, I don't know, that bothers me.
That's so. I thought earlier you said that when people try to make an emotional appeal to you with, like, for example, the vegan debate, like watching puppies suffer and so on, you said they wouldn't get very far because you're not very emotional. Why is this different?
I'm not very emotional when it comes to animals. But like I don't know. I don't like being around bigoted people. I don't know how I can explain that. Like ultimately, end of the day, like every moral like thing we're gonna have is gonna root back to some emotional position, because I don't think that's like morality is some objectively found thing in the world. So at some point, it's going to root back into some like personal preference we have for existence, and that thing is gonna be necessarily emotional because you don't like logically decide like, oh, I've logically decided I'm hungry right now, right?
Okay, like, okay, you okay, fair enough. I mean, sure. I mean, I can't really argue with your emotions, I guess. Fair enough.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. Well, next question's from Joe Biden. Joe, whenever you're ready.
Hi, Destiny. Big fan here. And I have like two questions to ask for that. Both gonna be a little quick. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
One, what is your current standing on Palestine conflict?
Wow.
And then two, what's your thoughts on the postmodern school of philosophy?
What is my current standing on the Palestinian conflict?
Israel-Palestine conflict, and then Zionism as well. I don't know if that's
I don't have like a current, like I don't, like, are you saying like, do I think that there should be like a two-state solution, or like I don't know, yeah. I don't know, I don't have
essentially that.
I don't have a strong, yeah, I don't have a strong enough position on that I would advocate for it right now. Like I've heard like a single state solution that like Arabs would overpower Jewish people and that it wouldn't be good. I've heard for two-state solutions that there would never truly be equality of land, or they would be able to settle on who gets to own what. Or, I don't know. I don't have a strong position on that. It's not something I follow like very closely. What do I think of like postmodern school of thought? I don't know. That's like postmodernism is such a broad topic. I wouldn't even pretend to be able to have like a coherent thought about it. I don't know if you could have a coherent thought about all of like postmodern school of thought. Like I'm pretty sure half the people that are considered postmodernists don't even like being called that. So yeah, I don't know. I don't have like
of course. But generally, like Foucault. And,
yeah, he didn't like to be called a postmodernist. I think he rejected the label, right?
But generally, that generation of philosophers, do you agree with their ideas, like the discursive analysis and such?
There are probably ideas I agree with, ideas I don't disagree with, but I don't think I know enough about them to have like a super strong opinion about all of it. I haven't like read any of these people to like be like, oh yeah, you know, Foucault's interpretation of deconstructionism. Like I don't think I would have the background to be able to even say.
And back to the Israel-Palestine thing, do you think that like specifically on the ideology of like Zionism, do you have any qualms with it, or are you an affirmation of it? As in like, we could colloquially define it as like Jewish people having the right to a state in Israel, political Zionism. That was a contested thing.
The problem is like these are all really challenging, complicated questions. I just don't think about them much. I don't have a strong position on it. Like, do Jewish people have a right to their own state? I mean, it seems kind of weird. I don't know if we'd grant that right to anybody else. But also, Jewish people have been kind of uniquely persecuted throughout history in like every land that they've occupied. So you know, maybe. But I don't know. I don't think about it a lot. Like it's a really complicated question. There's probably like mountains of evidence on both sides. I don't know if I could give like a coherent, like good answer to it. Like, oh, this is what you should think about it.
Thank you. Great conversation.
Yep, love you.
Love you
Thank
too.
you, Mr. Biden.
Am I crazy? People ask. I feel like people ask me questions, and they're like the most complicated issues in the world. Like, do you think that it should be legal? You know, just like I don't even know. It feels like it's so unbelievably complicated. I don't have a good answer to something.
Yeah.
All right, how do I do this thing?
Oh, why is this person here? Are they even a member of your server?
Apparently.
Hello? Morning. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you. What?
Hello. What do you mean? What? That's not a nice way to talk to me. I've never spoken to you before.
I'm not getting paid to be nice in here. Okay. You don't remember speaking to me? Wait, really?
I did on the podcast, but that's not directly. I've never spoken to you one-on-one.
Oh, okay. I'm glad you remember that because I didn't. I was just kind of shooting in the dark there. So okay. What's up?
All right, that's cool. Okay. I don't know if you are into the I didn't take my meds today. I apologize. I'm gonna sound retarded. Like the crypto stuff. What do you think of NFTs? Like, what are your thoughts on all that shit?
I think that there. Is this a troll question or is this a real question?
No, I'm genuinely curious.
I think that there can be some underlying functionality to NFTs where they could be used in a cool way to like digitally verify the authentic ownership of a product. So for instance, when it comes to like certain collectibles, like maybe having a paired digital NFT can show that like, look, I have the original thing, it's not a bootleg or something. I think there are interesting ways to use NFTs, but I think today, like 99.99% of people that use NFTs are usually just scamming people. You're not really selling an NFT based on the concept of it. You're just selling it because you're trying to tell people they can get rich off of it. So like all the monkey portraits and everything, it's just people like trying to scam fuck other people who are trying to scam fuck other people essentially is what it feels like. But I mean, I would say that like, that's true of like all of crypto, to be honest, so.
I spent $100,000 on one the other day, so I just wanted to get your opinion.
Why? Did you buy one of the dumb fucking apes? Why would you do this?
I'm
Is this
kidding.
your money? Oh, yeah, okay.
Is this your money?
Well,
First of all, no. If I ever bought one, you're right. It wouldn't be my money. I would spend Tyler's, but no, I didn't buy one. I actually agree with you. I do think it's a scam, so I'm glad you said that.
Okay. Not all of them. I mean, like, the underlying technology could be used for stuff. It doesn't all have to be a scam. It just seems like that's what it's...
Eventually, what could it be used for that's valuable to people in any way?
So like, one example could be, this is an interesting thing. Paired with, like, real objects, let's say that I own a like a watch, okay? Like Rolex makes a certain type of watch, okay? And I buy that watch, and people are like, well, I don't know if you have an authentic one or you have a bootleg. And you can point to the fact that like, well, look, here is like this signature on this blockchain that says that I actually am the authentic owner of this watch. It really is mine. I can prove that I own it. And like, I own an authentic one because it's marked on like the Rolex fucking blockchain or some shit, you know?
Couldn't you just literally show a marking on the back of a watch or even take a picture of your receipt or something?
Yeah, you could, but all of that stuff could theoretically be faked, right?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like companies could just make an easier way for you to authenticate.
The
your shit
uniqueness.
aside from being involved in NFTs.
The uniqueness of like the blockchain and NFTs, the reason why they're unique is because it's the type of information that's stored in a way that like has to be verified publicly on a public ledger. I think that's like the unique thing that NFTs and crypto in general have kind of like brought to the world, is we're going to say this particular piece of information is true, and the reason why is because millions of other systems are all verifying and agreeing on it, right? And that's a unique thing that no individual can offer. That has to be offered by like a decentralized form of like ledger tracking, which is what crypto and NFTs are, right?
Okay. And then, yeah, that's good. Thanks. I will try to break that down after I watch the VOD, because that was a lot. All right, and then
Okay.
what's your thoughts on I think his name's David Icke, like the conspiracy theorist who believes in lizard people and stuff?
Is that the guy that Dr. Disrespect was talking about before he got the axe, or?
Yeah.
I don't know anything about this guy, so I can't say.
Oh, that'd be real. I feel like you should, when you have time one day, look it up. It'd be funny, I think.
Okay, I'll think about it, alright.
And then I'll tell Tyler you guys can play together again.
Shut up. I don't need you. I'm gonna be queuing with him. We're gonna end up in the same ranked game soon, okay?
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Alright, good luck. Thanks for talking.
No problem, bye.
Thanks, Michaela. Okay, next question is going to be from Café con Leche. Whenever you're ready, Mr. or Mrs. Or them.
No, it's a he. Hey there. Destiny, a long time. First time. Enjoy your content. So let me go ahead and pull up the question here. Yeah, this is mostly just considering the since you're from good Cuba background, have you ever thought about collaborating with any Spanish-speaking content creators when it comes to like covering Latin American affairs?
No, but I mean, like, when people email me from these countries, if they ever want to come on and chat, I usually let them do it, but...
Yeah, and I also imagine that, you don't speak Spanish at all, do you?
Not really, no. Very, very little.
Okay. All right. I think one more question I did want to ask you. I kind of sort of disagree with your just move take. Mostly on the grounds of I'm originally from the place that you hate, Southern California, Los Angeles in particular. Traffic going to like the Inland Empire or even from the Northern County is a pain in the ass. But if you're telling people, hey, just move elsewhere, you're gonna basically mitigate all that traffic that's staying within impoverished areas, like say for example Inglewood, East Los Angeles, over to those areas.
Yeah, hold on. Just move is not like a societal prescription. That conversation was originally for an individual. Like, if you're an individual and you're having trouble affording things, then you have to look at like your major expenses. Your two biggest expenses for any working class person are generally going to be your car and your place where you live. So if you can downsize on either of these, that's usually the place to start looking. If you're in a place that you can afford, then I mean, sometimes you just have to move. Like, it's either that or your life is fucked, right? Like, you go bankrupt or something, right?
But that's also given that if they just move, like say for example, like Nebraska or what have you, right? Like they're like, are the jobs going to be there, and also will their purchasing power also kind of be there as well? Because I'm pretty sure they're going to have to like dip down in salary, would they not?
Yeah, but the things get way cheaper. I don't think I think Matt or No Opinion, I think, posted on Twitter, like, wages in these places that cost like 5 times more to live aren't 5 times higher. The wages don't scale accordingly unless you're like really lucky and you're at the very, very top. But
and what would be a policy prescription as far as like kind of making bigger cities more affordable to live in?
Bulldozing almost everything and rethinking from the ground up how we lay out American cities, because they are unsalvageable right now. You cannot shit out that much single-family zoned area and expect to have any sort of functioning city. It is literally fucking impossible. You'll never be able to accomplish it. Now, when I drive around here in Miami, or when I lived back in fucking Glendale or Culver City or Orange County, any place where I can drive around and I'm paying $3,000 a month in fucking rent for a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment, and I drive across the street and I see some nasty, run-down, disgusting fuck house for a single family that's going for $750,000, shit is fucked. It's so fucked. The problem is is, if you don't have density, if you don't have high density, okay, you can't have as much commercial stuff because you're not putting stores in the middle of residential areas because you're not allowed to zone for it. And then your traffic is fucked because people are driving to get fucking everywhere. You can't have any public transportation because nobody's going to run a bus to every single fucking neighborhood and drive up and down the suburbs, and you can't pick up and drop off a whole bunch of people. Like, your zoning just destroys so many abilities for people to live in cities in coherent manners. Like, I don't know what to do. It's unfixable. It's unsolvable right now in the U.S. You have to rezone. They took a good step in the direction of allowing ADUs, at least, where you can turn part of your thing into a rental property in California. Right. So some of these single family areas can start like doubling up at least. But holy fuck, a lot of shit. Where do you live in LA? You don't have to say exactly, but.
No, so I live in the I used to live in the East Los Angeles area. I'm the chatter from YouTube who keeps on giving you pesos. So I live south of San Diego.
Oh, like in Mexico or?
Yeah, nah, dude, Zimbabwe. What are you talking about? Yeah, no, Tijuana to be exact.
Tijuana. Okay, yeah, gotcha. Okay.
Tijuana. Sorry, I don't want to sound like a gringo.
Tijuana. Okay, yeah, my bad. Okay. As long as we're zoned like this, we're fucked. I don't know. There's no way to fix it. And if you've been around LA or in San Diego, I'm gonna say that without even checking because I know it's true. And any of these American places, like, you will find so many single family homes, like blocks and blocks and blocks and blocks around, like ultra like valuable square mileage is just being wasted on it. And as long as that's the case in America, everything is fucked for zoning.
No, yeah, definitely, I do, and you know what? I think you shat on LA's public transportation system. I love talking local politics, by the way. That's my shit. Like, you talked a lot of shit about LA's metro system, but I will say that metro itself has done a lot with the expansions of what is it now? The Expo line, the Gold line. I'm talking like their legacy names, but there's a thing called transit-oriented development where, like, you know, it's federal, state, and then local grants go in and just basically build these stations where, like, you know, these trail or like the light rail goes through, and they'll just build up stuff, and it's a cool public private thing. I think that in this case, like, it's a happy thing, but or it's a happy sort of marriage, but, you know, we kind of have like these as far as like when it comes to like low income housing, I guess I think the current law in California is 15% have to be listed as public housing or like at least Section 8 friendly. And yeah, it's just everything else is going to get fucked out because, you know, everything's all luxury apartments and whatnot. So yeah. Anyway, cool. Thanks, man. Keep up what you're doing, Dobby. Thanks a lot, and have a great day.
Have fun, buddy.
Thank you. See you later. That was beautiful. Next question. He wants me to tell you he's your special friend, but I feel like that's really creepy.
I don't think that's creepy at all.
It's from GSU Gambit.
Okay.
He wants to know when you're going to finally admit that Jordan
Peterson is right about everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, never. Nice try though.
Okay. Next question is from Cracked. Oh no, I'm sorry, Cracked. Actually, I had someone ahead of you. The question is from Lanes, I think. Where are you, mister? There you are. Okay. No, that's not you. Where the fuck are you? There you are. Okay, go for it.
Am I muted? Okay, nice. So I was wondering, Destiny, what do you base your logical framework off of? So I think of a beehive comb. How did you create the first hexagon and build the rest of the structure?
Man, we're getting into some deep ontological or epistemic arguments that, like, you really should just be reading Wikipedia or philosophers for me. I don't know why you'd ask me these, like, super fundamental questions of, like,
because you've talked about them before, and I was very curious as to, like, how you actually did this.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Fundamentally, I know that I have, like, some experience. I know that's true. I know that there seems to be some shared experience. So things like deduction, right? Like these really fundamental, like I think people call them properly basic beliefs, or these like foundational axiomatic a priori things that we know to be true. So like your three basic axioms, like law of identity, non-contradiction, excludable, right? These things. And then from there, I kind of like tack on like, okay, well, what are the things that I like in life? And then how the ways I can best achieve these. And then that's kind of where like everything comes from. That's more or less how everything works.
Okay, so I think you mentioned the goal somewhere in there, like somewhere around the last sentence. What was it again? Like what?
How like what do I need to do to achieve like the most I can for myself? Like how do I make myself the happiest I can be and the best I can be?
Okay, thank you so much, man. Because I was wondering that for like maybe over a year. Thanks so much, man. Have a good day.
Good luck, buddy.
Holy shit. Okay, thank you, Lance. Next question is from Azzy Rail. I don't know how to say your last name. Go for it.
Oh shit. Yeah, it's just Azrael. Just trying to be cheeky with it. Hey Destiny. I was wondering if you had any idea of what kind of car you were gonna get after your
Nope.
after your focus.
Nope. Maybe it's feeling more like a Corvette every day, but I'm not even close to buying a new car right now. So.
Oh, okay, I was just wondering that, and if you wanted any help trying to figure out what you were like interested in, what you were looking for in a car.
Nope. Not yet.
Oh, okay. Abort then. All right, cool. Thanks so much, Dibby.
Yeah, no problem.
Sure.
Yeah, no problem. Next is from Cracked. Cracked, go for it.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
All right. So I was gonna say, what do you think about like this virus that's going on with? I would say not virus, but like the spread of information, the spread of a common trait done by liberals, such as like they don't exactly know what they're advocating for, just like the BLM movement, like silence is violence, and if you don't post a black square, which is like on your Instagram, is considered like you're a racist now. Like they typically just regurgitate slogans and don't actually know what they're advocating for, and they're just following the way. What do you think that's an issue?
Yeah, I think everybody does this though. It's an issue with how we communicate with each other and how we like figure out what's important to us in society and all this shit.
Okay, so do you have a position on BLM?
I mean, like, I generally agree that it's good that we are more cognizant now of, like, mistreatment of minorities and stuff, and understanding that, like, certain people can face issues in the criminal justice system. I think some people take it a little bit too far sometimes, but, I mean, this is true of, like, every political movement slogan ever.
Right, okay. That's a good answer. And would you ever debate the username Pickle? I don't know if you know him on this server on BLM.
Usually when people want to debate on BLM, they just want to, like, screech about, like, either race realism or crime stats all day, so probably not.
Okay. And my last question is, do you think we live in a simulation?
No. I don't think so.
All right,
maybe.
sounds good.
Okay, thanks, Cracked. BB, you're up. Whenever you're ready.
Hey, yo, Destiny, may I ask you a question?
Well, that's what we're here for, so yeah, go for it.
Yep. So I'm gonna ask you your stance on veganism.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about animals. That's my stance.
Alright, can I ask for your justification of that stance?
No, I think the justification has to come from, like, the affirmative, like, why should we care?
Alright, you want me to give an affirmative to your stance?
Go for it.
Sure. Do you know what the veil of ignorance is, Destiny? And if you do, I will elaborate on that.
Yeah, I do.
Alright, if we put you under a non-biased veil, where you see, like, the world in a non-biased view, ignoring this debate, or any preconceived, like, stance you have, and you and all your fans were like animals in this current like meat industry, would you still be okay with it?
No, but I don't think the veil of ignorance should include animals.
Can I explain why? Or can you explain why? Man.
Yeah, sure. So I'm gonna ask you, why should we include animals and not like trees or rocks? And then you're gonna give me some arbitrary value, like, oh, well, they have sentience or an experience or something. I'm gonna say, well, I don't value that experience. Can you give me an affirmative for why I could? And then you're gonna say, well, no, I can't. And then you're gonna say, like, well, why do you value human experience if it's not for sentience? I'm gonna say, well, because they're humans. You're gonna say, well, why because they're humans and not because they're sentient? And then I'm gonna say, well, because I just do. And then we're both gonna be in the same boat. And that's how this whole conversation goes every time. Like,
all right, this is one big problem you made in this debate.
Yeah. Okay. Tell me.
All right. I never made the claim of veganism. I'm a pro-sentience. I believe in sentient beings.
Okay, but I don't. So what do we do?
Okay, but then you just countered my argument to try to attack plants and plants to say, why don't we include plants? So that whole argument goes out the window because that's a counter to the vegan argument, not my argument. So you should have asked me to clarify my stance before you attack that.
Okay, go ahead and clarify your stance.
I'm pro-sentience.
Okay,
I believe in sentient life.
I don't. So.
Okay, that doesn't matter to the point at hand. Are you aware that you just conceded and on a contradiction since this with the veil of ignorance? Like, we could put your whole fans into plants, animals, whatever. I don't care. It's just sentient life. And then you just conceded to that with your anti-vegan stance.
What?
What do you mean, what? Can you explain to me your question? Like, your confusion?
I don't even know. I'm not even sure the argument is right now.
All right. You want me to take it to you step by step?
Yeah.
All right. So
Wait, what is the
you're
goal? Are you
having-
trying to compel me to be a vegan or?
No, I just want you to value sentient life.
Okay, why should I value sentient life?
I already put you into a thought experiment, and you conceded to that.
What was the thought experiment?
The veil of ignorance. If I put
But
you in a
wait,
sentient
the
scenario,
veil of ignorance is begging the question, right?
what? Can you explain why?
Yeah, so if you say that if I agree with the veil of ignorance and I agree with you, when you talk about the veil of ignorance, you're loading that veil of ignorance with what ought to be valued. So if the veil of ignorance necessarily includes all sentient life, and I say I agree with the veil of ignorance, then I'm necessarily agreeing that all sentient life should be valued or protected. But if I say, well, the veil of ignorance should only apply to human life, well, then I can still agree with the veil of ignorance, and it is, and I'm not like conceding any ground, right? So just asking me about the veil of ignorance it's a form of begging the question. Or whether or not we agree or disagree is already going to be figured out by the time we've gotten to that.
May I ask something?
Ask away.
All right, sure. You just said, can you explain to me more in depth about like the human version of the veil of ignorance? Because you also explained that during.
Yeah,
what you said.
I value human experience and human life and human suffering.
All right, but if we put like the human mind into an animal, right? Would you still be okay with killing that animal or any other sentient being that you consider as less than a human?
Probably not. I probably wouldn't be okay with doing that.
Yeah. So, like, do you understand why that could be like a contrary view?
No, because it's a human mind. I'm evaluating it because it's a human mind, not because it's a sentient mind.
All right, but do you agree with my stance of sentient life?
No.
So, all right, what if a being is not sentient at a certain point?
Then I probably don't care about it. I mean, maybe it
So,
depends because I don't even know if
wait.
I would consider it a human mind at that point, but not because it's not sentient.
So if someone's currently infirmed, like let's say they have some type of mental disability, and they're not, you wouldn't consider them, like, let's just say, sentient at that point. Would you still be okay with killing them? Because under your view,
If they're like in
you
a
don't value
coma and they're
sentient
like
life?
brain dead or something, then yeah, sure.
So even if they have the potential to recover, you'd still be okay with that?
Well, no, if they have the potential to recover, then I'd say there's still a human mind there.
But this is like, you're kind of switching what you originally stated.
No, I don't think so.
Can I explain why you did?
Go for it.
If you want to listen. So, like, the way you did it is you just presented, like, the sentience. You just presented sentience as a whole. You did not give potential of sentience. You just presented it as sentience.
No? I'm not talking about sentience or whatever. I'm talking about consciousness at this point. If you have like a conscious human mind.
Sure, you didn't give the potential.
Well, but
of
now,
consciousness.
I mean, no, because now we're getting into the finer points of what do I consider consciousness. I'm not trying to say I consider it conscious because I'm broadening it out to include all of sentiences.
All right. You literally just like switched up what you were saying in the original.
Do you feel
like what you originally stated?
Do you feel like I put you behind the veil?
What just happened?
Do you feel like I put you behind the veil?
What do you mean?
Like, did I put you behind the veil?
What do you mean by put me behind the veil?
Well, what do you mean? What do I mean?
Like, you good, bro? Like,
Okay, I
put
think,
me behind the veil. Like,
this is making me want to go behind the veil. BB, I think we're done, Mr. BB.
I love you.
Thank
I appreciate the conversation.
all right, good convo.
Be careful. Wait, have we talked before?
I'll meet him.
Never.
Oh, okay, just checking.
Next is from Nick Ames. Nick, whenever you're ready.
You got my name right. Thanks, Doobie.
Yeah, no problem.
My question is, what kind of content do you perceive as being the most well appreciated by your audience? Do you think DGGers are any different than the regular Twitch audience? And do you think they'd agree with you on that?
Are they different than the regular Twitch audience? I mean, it depends on how reductive we want to be. Technically, they're the exact same as every Twitch audience in that typically we want to see the content that gets us the closest to our broadcaster and the reason why we enjoy that broadcaster. So, like, for me, that's usually political content. For other people, that might be gaming content. That might be something, right? But now we talk about, like, the type of content that they prefer. I mean, my audience is going to be relatively unique in that they probably prefer to see, like, political content more than any other audience. Except for maybe, like, a Hassan or Vosh or something, maybe, right?
better way to ask that might be, is Twitch chat yelling at you about different things than your website's chat is yelling at you about?
No, I think there's pretty big parity between all my communities in terms of like what they like to see.
Okay, cool. One more thing, is there going to be another composition competition?
Absolutely.
That was fun to follow. Good content. Sweet. That's all I have.
Thank you, Nick. So, because my man has sent me literally 150 DMs about this question, you're next, because I like to incentivize bad behavior. My man, whenever you are ready. Oh, your name's not even my man on this. Why would it do that to me? Okay, one sec. Stop fucking spamming me. Sorry. Your name is Hungry Communist from Communist Horde of Mozambique. That's wonderful. Okay, whenever you're ready.
So, have you read Leo Tolstoy's "The Kingdom of God Dwells Within You"?
Oh fuck! I actually just finished that book. Yes, really good, deep, thought-provoking text.
What do you think of it?
I thought that he was a little bit on the nose, kind of with the way that he approached the human condition and everything. I thought that some of the characters were a little bit too simplistic in how they were written, but I think he did a really good job ultimately at expressing, I guess, like his personal philosophy in the story. Why? What about you?
I really enjoyed it. I also just finished reading it. Another question. Do you support the Khmer Rouge? And if you don't, why are you such a revisionist?
Now, that's a really complicated question, and it's kind of mired in, I think, years of both geopolitical and ethnic conflict. And I think when you look at all of the external influences in that region that are pushing people towards certain ideas, it's hard for me to take like a really solid position in terms of like which side do I stand on in that conflict. But I mean, generally, I would oppose genocide. But I understand that there's a lot of history in that region. So.
Hey, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but is it possible that they were reactionary and deserved it?
Well, that's one view of history. But I mean, one man's reactionary is another man's progressive. So what are you going to do?
Right. Yeah. I'm so glad that somebody else has read Leo Tolstoy. I mean, like, so many people don't know about it. It's very sad. But anyway,
for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. 200 DMs for that. That's fucking great. Ned, you're
Sorry,
up.
if anybody, I have no idea. I've never read any of that shit. I don't know what any of that conversation is about. So okay, just making sure people don't like take my words too seriously there. Okay.
Ned, whenever you're ready. Ned is not even here. Okay, I'm gonna ask a question for Ned.
Okay.
Ned wants to know if you're void pilled on climate change.
No, you know what? I got super believer pilled on it. I think we're probably gonna be okay.
Okay. Next question is from Sphinx. How is taxation not theft?
I mean, theft usually implies like the unjust taking of something. There's probably pretty complicated arguments we can make about how, like, as long as you're a part of a society, you kind of implicitly agree to some of the rules of that society. So we wouldn't call it rape because somebody forces you to wear clothes against your will in public. We would say, well, that's probably part of the agreement that you make when you exist in like a society. And I would say that taxes go along with that. If you don't like it, you kind of have to leave because you're necessarily benefiting from everything in society. So I would say, like, in a way, if you're somebody that's expected to pay tax and you don't in society, then you're the one that's committing theft because you're enjoying everything that you get from society that's provided via taxation, but you're not participating in the ritual of taxation.
Okay. Next is from Zedum. The question is, do you have any opinion or insight on SSRIs/antidepressants and their efficacy?
If you're asking one individual about the efficacy of a medication, why not just like look at a study? I don't know. Like, I think there are generally they are associated with positive outcomes. So I have like generally favorable views of them, but I mean, like, SSRIs are just one tool that a person can use to improve their mental health. Like,
okay. Next question is going to be from Shrug Emoji. That's a strange name. As soon as I find you on this list, 1 second. I can't find you. Get fucked. The question is going to be from Rush. So when a socialist does something that contradicts their values, accumulating wealth, for example, and they get rightly criticized, they often respond with, what do you expect me to do? I'm just operating in the system. There's even a popular Boris comic they always respond with. What's your best response to this?
I don't think it's against a socialist value to accumulate wealth. That's not the bad part. Usually it's because they go about doing it sometimes in the most like capitalistic manners possible, which just seems a tad hypocritical, I guess. But I don't know. I mean, it would depend on what they're particularly advocating for, and then like how they're particularly acquiring their wealth. Like, yeah.
Okay, so it's not so much that they're making the money; it's how they're getting the money, and whether or not that's in line.
And
with
like how they're
the
criticizing
stated
people.
values.
So like for the Hassan thing, if you literally have YouTube videos where you're making fun of people with huge houses, saying things like, "Why would you need that much house?" Then you look pretty stupid when you end up buying like a $3 million house, right?
Yeah. Okay, I found shrug emoji, Mr. Shrug emoji. Whenever you're ready.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let me just question. Alright, you played EVE Online before, right? And I think you said you quit streaming it before because there are like no tools to make it easier to stream it.
Mm-hmm.
Are there like any specific things you would have you can think of that would have made it easier to stream it?
I think better graphics or some way for people to see more intuitively what's going on without having to be able to read the oh god, what is the window called? What was the name of it? Not your monitor. What was it called?
I didn't play it. Sorry.
Oh, well, why the fuck are you asking me this? Oh, your overview, maybe?
Because
Yeah, like, you have to be able to read, basically, a window with a bunch of weird shit on it to have any idea what the fuck is going on in the game, and if you can't read that window, then you're basically, like, fucked. You're never gonna have any idea what's going on. And basically, like, if you're an EVE player and you play the game, you're never actually, like, looking at what's going on screen. You're always just looking at that particular... Please kill him. Okay, you're basically just, like, staring at that overview the entire time. Oh my god. So yeah, I think having like better graphics for people to be able to look and see intuitively what's going on, I think would just be way, way, way better.
So something like a cinematic mode, basically, for the people to...
Yeah, some type of like observer mode, cinematic mode or something, yeah.
Okay. Okay, cool. Two other questions. What kind of person do you think shouldn't be taking like psychedelics?
What kind of person shouldn't be taking psychedelics?
Yeah.
So
I'm... No, go ahead.
If you're on like any type of SSRI, then you have to be careful. Well, if you're on an SSRI, I think that it hits a lot of the same receptors, like mushrooms or LSD or MDMA, as your SSRI will. So you're going to be blunted to the effects. So that's probably, so if you're on like those types of drugs, you should probably be wary of that. Oh, that's actually a person I could kill. And then obviously, like if you're in a bad spot in life, you should probably be careful because yeah, I mean, like...
Was a bad trip.
Yeah, trips can be, like, really scary. You should probably have, like, a good friend to help you out with stuff, like, be in a responsible setting. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things you can do to, like, responsibly prepare for a psychedelic trip. And make sure you do the proper, preparations.
Okay, so basically don't do it alone and don't have a bad trip.
Yeah, or take the proper preparations to make sure that you try to avoid a bad trip, yeah.
So just a friendly environment or some shit like that.
Yeah, there was like a 5S guide. There's like the 2S guide, which is like set and setting, and then there's like set, setting, scene. I don't know, people add a whole bunch of shit, but yeah.
Okay, I can just Google 5S guide. Okay.
Yeah, I guess, or like set, setting, something. Yeah, basically, yeah.
Oh yeah, I'll find it. Okay, last question. I kind of this is like heels-based argument, so I might be completely wrong on it. So, like, affirmative action and, like, quotas at work, like, okay, we need this amount of, like, gendered people and race and whatever, feels to me like it just kind of balkanizes, like, a society along those lines. Like, it kind of trends that way. Like, I don't know, like, I imagine people at work just going through lists and making sure everything is, like, you know, egalitarian from the color and gender and shit. And I feel like this like puts it on the forefront of their mind for some reason, and it just it feels like we will never get to like a colorblind society, I guess, that way. Do you at all agree, or?
Well, I don't know what your question is. Like, if people obsess too much over egalitarianism, or we're not going to be egalitarian, or what is the?
If they obsess too much over this kind of over groups, basically, over those like groups like gender and race and whatever.
Yeah, if you obsess over too much of anything, anything can get fucked for sure. Yeah.
Okay. Do you feel we're at all at that point in society?
Do I feel like we're at this point in society for what?
Like that people just obsess a bit too much over this shit?
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, people on every side obsess over shit too much, and it fucks everybody up. So I mean, like, I don't know how you avoid that.
Okay. I guess my follow-up question would have been like, if there is a better way to do it, but if it's unavoidable, I guess there isn't.
I mean, yeah, it just seems like human nature to run too far off sometimes in a certain direction with shit. So yeah, I don't know. I think conservatives get really dumb with shit sometimes. I mean, people on the left get really dumb with shit sometimes. Like.
Okay. Cool. Okay, one quick question. Can you unban me on TDG?
I'll think about it, okay?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Next question is from Uncle Jackie. Nick Fuentes has repeatedly asked you to debate. Will you debate him, or are you afraid of getting canceled by platforming him?
If we have something to talk about and a platform to talk about it on, I'd probably do it. It would just depend on what's going on.
Okay. Next is from Aggie. Aggie, whenever you're ready.
Hi, Destiny. I'm a big fan. My question is basically, I watched, I think, one of your old debates with JF, and it's, do you think race being biological or social even necessarily matters? And if proven biological, do you think this would be a net negative? And also, do you think facts can be racist?
I don't think a fact can be racist.
Yeah.
I mean, like, there's like so many implications behind everything you said. Like any particular thing could end up being used for nefarious purposes, or it could be used for good purposes. I mean, like if we find out that there are indeed like certain genetic differences in people, I don't think that people like to prove the descriptive and think that they want to on the prescriptive ground, but not necessarily. Like even if we did prove that some people were different genetically or different biologically or whatever, that doesn't necessarily mean that we ought to like have different moral standards for them or something. Although people seem to want to run in that direction like very quickly. So I mean, I don't know. It would depend on. Yeah, like how I answer those questions. I can answer those questions a certain way, but it doesn't get us to like any moral arguments on things. The example I always use is like, for instance, like people with dyslexia can have a lot of trouble reading, but if you teach them a different way, like they can read just as well as anybody else. So I think that people are too quick to say like, oh, well, this person is different, therefore they're bad or need to be eliminated from society, or we need to do like this thing like way different. Something.
Yeah, and then do you think like race being social or biological like even necessarily matters? Like for me, I mean personally, like if race was proven like descriptively like to be biological, I mean I don't think it would interfere that much. I mean I guess it would, like it would probably result in like negativity within the world, but I don't think it would necessarily matter how or make a difference therefore in like our treatment of people. So like does it even necessarily matter? Like when you debate race realism, do you do these debates I guess simply for utility? Like I don't know, I just wanted to know.
Yeah, I don't know, it would depend a lot on how people are treating it. I mean like race to say that like race is real biology is interesting because like there are some aspects of race that are clearly biological. So for instance, like your skin color and stuff are going to be informed by like genes and stuff. But then to say that there is like a distinct like black race or whatever is kind of not really sensical, especially because socially we don't treat it that way. I don't know if this is like only racists use this, but have you ever heard of like the one drop rule or whatever? Yeah, so like if somebody looks black because they have any black ancestry in them at all, people are like, oh, that's a black person, even if like genetically or whatever they're like 80% white or whatever the fuck that means, you know? Like if two white people with like one black grandparent have a darker child, they're like, oh, that's a black child. So yeah, I don't know, like race is real in that there are certain underlying phenotypical characteristics that are expressed by certain genotypes, so that's real. But to say that there are like these easy, solid classifications of race, depending on how hard you try to draw, that is pretty dishonest. So.
Yeah, the categorizations. All right, thank you so much for answering my question.
Okay.
All right.
Have fun.
Great, thanks, Aggie. Next is The Powers. You're unmuted, go for it.
All right. I have a question when it comes to critical thinking and how people kind of go about it. I had a friend recently, we were talking about like masculinity and stuff. And one of the points came up. He said something like it's arbitrary, and kind of implying that something arbitrary doesn't like have any kind of importance or anything. And you pointed out like just because something's arbitrary doesn't mean it's not important.
Well, yeah, and I don't use the term arbitrary. What people talk about oftentimes is called socially constructed.
Right.
Yeah.
I tried explaining this kind of thing to him, and he's my friend, so I'm not being an asshole or anything about it. But it felt like he he legitimately wouldn't understand like where I was coming from, not like in in an unintentional way, or like in an unintentional way. He just didn't understand what I was saying, and it seems like you have a pretty good ability to not only like extract information from a conversation, but like trying to get people to understand like what you're trying to say. How do you think like someone like me or like your fans can actually communicate with people a little bit better? I know you said like one of the big things that you want to do is like impart like how to think about these things rather than just having your political opinions, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, just understanding where both sides are coming from, I mean, helps a lot. And then, like, knowing how to navigate the conversation because you're intimately familiar with the arguments is probably important, too. But it's going to depend on, like, the topic. Like, how it would convince somebody that some, like, form of derivation is, superior to another form of derivation is going to be a lot different than how it would convince somebody that, like, being gay is okay versus not, right? Like, it's super going to depend on the type of argument that we're having, how important the actual facts of the matter are and whatnot.
I'm less concerned with the fact that like if he agrees with me or not. It just felt like he legitimately like, didn't understand like what I was saying. Like like I would point like, so I gave him an example of like laws. Like laws are technically arbitrary. There's no like law that said, or there's no like moral thing in the universe saying like murder is bad or we should have people who murder in prison for life. Like that's the thing that we came up as humans. That's an arbitrary thing, but we still find that important. But like he saw that and he just didn't like. I feel like he didn't connect the two dots. Do you think like that's like he did understand maybe, or I guess you obviously
I would
don't
have
know.
to like have the. It's hard to know like what part he might be missing on without like actually having the conversation. I guess it's hard for me to say.
Okay, just kind of a second part to that. You kind of had like the little discussion about veganism and about like the veil of ignorance or whatever, and you caught the fact that like he said he kind of like morally loaded the veil of ignorance. That's something that I don't think I would be able to do. I wouldn't catch that myself. How do you think like you were able to like catch something like that? Because that seems like something like
you just have to be like really familiar with like all the arguments and what's happening. But that requires like a lot of commitment to like those types of discussions. I guess there's not like a shortcut to that, unfortunately.
Okay. Final little question. Do you have any recommendations on like how to get better at critical thinking or like having conversations? Obviously, besides just talking to people, is there anything that actually helped you in your own life?
I just having a lot of conversations with people and being open to feedback from people, and then listening to other people having arguments that I'm having, I guess.
Okay. I guess that answers everything. Thank you. I really appreciate your help. Okay. I'm a big fan.
I love you, buddy. Be careful.
See ya.
Thank you, Powers. So people in chat, I'm going to try to get through as many of you as possible. I have a giant list of questions already. Don't be afraid to spam me with your question if you feel like I've skipped you, or post it over and over again in the AMA question channel. Don't spam me that much, please. Fuck you guys. If you guys are in Destiny's chat and you want to get in and ask him a question, just join the server, discord.gg/politics. You can DM me directly or post your question in the chat, and I'll make sure to try to get you guys in. I'm going to go for as long as Destiny's interested in talking to you, where it is. Next question's from Sovereign Snake. Mr. Snake, you're ready.
Hey, Destiny, do you ever question the validity of consequentialism as a justification for your opinions?
Nope.
So, like, okay, well, here's the next question. Do you think misinformation is justified if the results are desirable?
I mean, at some level, possibly, but in general, no.
So is that not like anti-consequentialist right there?
No, because we'd probably draw the rule literally around like the consequences in society. So, like for instance, like maybe a scientist discovers that if you say like a certain set of words, that you could actually like cause a nuclear explosion to happen just if you like utter some certain syllables. It's probably okay to keep that information, I think, from society. But like as a general rule of thumb, like I think lying should be probably avoided at all costs, because once you've committed to lying, you basically committed to anybody being able to lie, and then everything in society kind of breaks down, and you're pretty fucked. But you can probably craft some like larger rules where it's like if you're lying to prevent like the destruction of society, I guess it could be okay. But then some people might say, well, I'm lying because I think if gay people get married, it'll destroy societies. I don't know.
All right, so what's your opinion on a national divorce?
It's stupid. It's not effective for like 20 different reasons, and it won't happen for like 25 different reasons.
All right. Last question. What's the most radical opinion you have?
Most radical opinion I have. Every jungler sucks at the game. They think they know way more than they actually do. They don't know anything about anything. They're just dogs that run through the jungle, mindlessly hitting monsters and then ganking lanes in a really shitty manner.
All right. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, love you. Hello?
Oh, should I unmute myself? So the next question is from PTRLL. The question is, what is your opinion on vaccines, and what's your opinion on vaccine mandates?
I think vaccines are based. I think mandates would be okay, but politically they're big losers, so I think you'd probably just avoid them now. It's not worth all the sacrifice you would need politically to get them done.
Okay. Next is from Big Boosh. The question is, he says, I think he wants me. Fuck it, I'm gonna read it. So he wants to know which lefties you think, which lefty pundit types on Twitch and YouTube, do you think could engage with right-wing figures like Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson? And who do you think would do it from like a good faith position?
I don't know. I'd have to think really hard about that one. I'm not sure. Some smaller streamers maybe. Damn, I'm not sure who does like hardcore arguments and is like really smart. I don't know if he's smart guys. I don't know how good they are at like debating or arguing. I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, actually, I mean, would you be interested in talking to Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro? And
Yeah.
have you ever reached out to them before?
I'd be interested. I think we reached out once in the past, but like these guys are super booked. Like I don't think I can do it.
Yeah. Okay. Next question is going to be from Zeus. Zeus, whenever you're ready.
Awesome. How are you doing?
Great. How are you doing?
Pretty good. It's a nice Saturday. So over the past years, I think you would agree, we've seen the left take, very extreme positions like the Calvin House situation, and this leads me to ask you: is there any Republican politician in 2024 that you would vote for if they ran on a unifying/moderate message?
Not all of the only ones I can think of that are popular are ones that are like subhuman trash. So I can't think of any. I'm sure there are some. I just don't know of them. But like fucking like Jim Jordan or fucking Ted Cruz or like Matt Gaetz or whatever. Like all of these guys are like human trash to me. So I can't think of any. But I'm sure there are probably some moderate Republicans out there that I would be like.
Yeah, like Glenn Youngkin, Adam Kinzinger.
I just don't know anything about them, so it's hard to say.
Well, I was just gonna say, probably should just explore these guys just to kind of get like another perspective of like Republican politicians that have similar views with these guys. That's about it. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Mighty, you're up. Go for it.
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. So my question is, do you think hedonism is problematic in any way?
I don't know. What do you mean by hedonism? Or define it for me.
Like my highest priority, like the thing that I value the most is my happiness.
Probably not the worst thing. It would just depend on how you go about getting your happiness, I guess, is like the issue, right? Is typically how I look at it.
Yeah. Also, another question I have real quick is, do you think having racial preferences as far as partners go, do you think this is considered racist?
I think it depends on where... I think it depends on where your racial preferences come from. They could be racist, or it could just be a preference. Like, I prefer like brunettes over blondes, but it doesn't mean that I don't think that's problematic. But if you're like, I don't want to date black people over other people because I think they're all gangsters, and that probably is problematic. It just depends on what your preferences are, or where your preferences come from, I should say, right?
Okay. All right. That's all I had to ask. Thanks.
Yeah, have fun.
Okay, Yiddle, you're up whenever you're ready.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, hi. I'm the resident black person here.
Cool.
All right. My name's Yiddle. I think I've talked to you previously. I'd just like to ask a few questions, I guess, just generally. I mean, obviously, it seems like you established your single-family zoning position. That was actually one of them. Pretty well, I actually agree with it. I'd like to ask, what exactly do you think the United States foreign policy going into the future, especially pertaining to Taiwan and also Ukraine, what would you want to see from the United States going into the future?
Sorry, there's a lot of noise. Jesus, I don't know. Taiwan is really complicated because of how the leasing of the land from China and everything works. I don't know enough to have a strong opinion about that. For Ukraine, I think it's important that these are really complicated and foreign policy questions. It seems to me that it's probably important that the United States and NATO send a strong message to Russia when it comes to expansionist policies, that we're not going to tolerate it, and that we'll stand by both NATO countries and like NATO adjacent or NATO allied countries, or NATO like friendly countries, I guess, which we seem to be doing with Ukraine. That's probably important, one, not only to kind of like thwart the geopolitical interests of our adversaries, but also to signal to people that would be friendly towards NATO or would join NATO that we would also stand by them as well. So that would be like the general position I would take. We should stand by NATO and NATO adjacent countries. Yeah.
So say with regards to that, you would be supportive of initiatives that either make Ukraine more NATO-like, or say in that way that I'm describing, you'd be willing to go to war over that situation?
I don't think we can go to war because Ukraine isn't a NATO country. The United States and NATO want Ukraine to be like
want that to happen?
No, I don't think we can go to war on behalf of non-NATO countries. I think that's I think that probably sets a really bad precedent to go to war on behalf of a non-NATO country, to have NATO troops on the ground. It probably is really strange. I think that...
Why, could I clarify something?
Go for it.
Sure. So, like, don't you think that the United States in this case, because as we saw, the United States didn't do much, all right, when Russia previously did it. If the United States has a clear precedent and says, we are willing to go as far as you're willing to go with regards to the defense of Ukraine, that it sends the message instead for Russia to stop doing this, to change their behavior.
I don't know if you gamble with nuclear warfare in that way. I think historically we haven't, and I don't think that that's a good approach to things. I think if anything, I think setting a cap on what we're willing to do and being public about that might even be a little bit better, because I think it garners us more support in the West as a result. It feels strange to say this, but in a way it gives us a moral right that we're defending like the independence of Ukraine, and we're willing to stand up for that, but not like on a boots on the ground type of way, but in a foreign support kind of way, or in a sanctioning Russia kind of way, rather than like we're going to get boots on the ground and we're going to fight over who basically controls Ukraine. You're either joining NATO or we're going to let you die to Russia. So I think that our current approach has been decent. But we'll see.
I would disagree. Overall, the United States foreign policy up until relatively recently, which was the United States' focus on the Middle East post the fall of the Soviet Union, the United States set a clear precedent that, for the most part, wars of aggression would not be tolerated.
Yeah, but I don't know if that's true, though. Don't we, my history's so bad. When Russia pushes into places where we don't want them to be, but we don't have strict alliances on the ground, we usually do war by proxy. Like, that's essentially what happened in Afghanistan, no? And the United States supporting the Mujahideen. We didn't put boots on the ground there, but we supported basically people
excluding
in the region, right?
Situations where, obviously, if we directly go to war with the Soviet Union, that has massive implications. But wherever there were smaller countries that say wasn't directly, it wouldn't lead to a direct conflict with the Soviet Union, we were there to support those the country of which was being defended.
Yeah, but like Ukraine is really important. This is a bordering country to Russia. Like this is almost do or die in terms of Putin's strategy, no?
I could see that in a way, but it's obvious that that Russia, I think, is in a much weaker position, fundamentally speaking, than the Soviet bloc of countries. So in the past, I'd say yeah. But like today, at least, I think that Russia understands the fact that the implications of going to war with the United States would be far worse for them than whatever could come from from invading Ukraine. So if we
Yeah, but
set
I
a
think-
clear policy,
I think
and
that
we said
the weird thing is that like I think that having nuclear weapons involved changes all of this a little bit, right? This is why we get so worried when India and Pakistan are fighting over disputed territory between the two countries in the Kashmir region and everything, right? Or this is why, you know, the United States won't ever like send troops to help Crimea or Georgia, is because we don't really want to get into a conflict with the country where it's like, hey, you're fucked and you're going to lose and now it's over, because it's like, okay, well, we have nuclear weapons, so, you know, it's not that over.
Well, that's
You know?
true.
So
But, like the previous or at least stable usage of nuclear weapons is that they wouldn't ever strike first. They wouldn't ever strike first, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong. And if we understand that like there's no reason for them to strike first, there's no like legitimate interest in them doing that, irrespective of whatever they say, then
wouldn't Ukraine be like the reason for them to want to strike first, though? Like, it's a really important country because this is
it's a really important country. I understand that, but like, it does it represent essentially a last ditch effort for Russia, which would be a scenario where they're in a conflict, they're losing, and because of the fact that they're losing, they need to preserve their state. They're going to use whatever tools that they have remaining and available in that instance. There's no way just going to war with Ukraine. All right, if we set the precedent, this is clearly just a defensive war in nature. We have no intentions of toppling the Russian government. That we, in this case, all right.
Yeah, but this is so like when we say defensive war, I think this is kind of the problem that Putin has, right? Is that the United States outwardly will say everything is defensive, but there is no such thing as a defensive capability without some sort of mirrored offensive capability, right? A missile defense platform can become a missile launch platform, or a country that you're merely defending can be a country which you launch aggression or attacks from. I think this is the reason why we try to recruit countries into NATO, is because, yeah, they're defensive, but they also represent, you know, U.S. interests on the ground. You know, these are things that we can have air bases at. These are things we can have missile launch platforms at. This is where we can gather intelligence from. So, like, Putin is not going to see it as like, oh, this is just a defensive war, you know, to help Ukraine. They're going to see it as like, this is you. What?
I agree wholeheartedly. I'm saying that I understand that, but that it won't be interpreted by them as such. But if we say that we're not going further than Ukraine, that would be the point. So irrespective of whether or not he wants to interpret the war as defensive or offensive, because of course Eurasia in that general region, it's kind of interpreted as being Russia's backyard in a way. But if you set the clear precedent that this is our goal and we have no intentions going past that point, then what interest?
Okay, you're misunderstanding me. Okay, that's already past the point. Ukraine is the bordering country to Russia. They don't want, like, I think Putin wants either a loyalist government there, somebody that's going to represent Russian interest, or they want it to be as neutral as possible. But if it's like a country that's more friendly aligned with the U.S., or if the U.S. is willing to put boots on the ground there to defend Ukraine, it's already basically a NATO country. And this is like the worst case doomsday scenario for Russia, is having a NATO country like that on that border for the country. That's my understanding. Like saying that, like, oh, we won't go any farther than having like having Ukraine as basically being a member of NATO that we're going to put boots on the ground to defend. That's already like a doomsday scenario for Putin.
Then could you explain all of the other Baltic countries that we are already NATO allies with?
My understanding is that, first of all, probably not, because I don't know the history of every single one. My understanding is that Ukraine is incredibly important because of the, I don't know what the name of the waterways are that are connected there, but it's why Russia has so much interest in owning Crimea, is because it gives them like a good, the Black Sea, because it gives them access to that, like a warm water port there, and it represents like a good geopolitical advantage for them. For the other Baltic countries, I don't know if those same geopolitical advantages exist. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right,
also,
then.
I'm pretty sure historically speaking, I think Russia in like multiple times in its existence has literally been invaded through Ukraine. Like it represents like a real, So like they have like a special history with like hating that country being owned by people that represent like a foreign interest against them.
Okay, but like I still don't see the escalation. So I understand the statement of say Ukraine is, and I again agree. There's a massive importance that Ukraine has to Russia. But there's also massive importance that all of these other countries that oftentimes like have Russian minority populations that are literally on the border of Russia that they also have, just to a lesser extent, obviously. But it seems as if the United States has been able to prevent war, all right, in this case, with countries like Estonia, Latvia, or Lithuania, in this case, with the guarantee that we provide. And I think that there's a big jump in between where you say, okay, we're defending Ukraine, where we're not going to allow any further invasions of the Ukraine, all right, and then versus nuclear war. Like, I just don't see how you suddenly jump from that to that.
Okay, I don't know. Well, I guess we'll see what happens.
I think it would be accepted, relatively speaking, if we were to go and defend Lithuania, Latvia, any one of these countries, Poland. It wouldn't be interpreted as aggression that would yield the response of nuclear war.
Okay, maybe. I guess we'll see. Yeah.
Okay, no problem. Sorry for my autistic pad issue,
No,
but
you're
no
good.
problem. All right.
Thanks, Ito. I appreciate it. Next is from Edob. Edob, whenever you are ready.
All right. Hey, how do I sound?
Okay.
All right. So my first question is, what is your advice for me if I want to become a content creator / streamer who makes content very similar to yours?
Make sure that there's like one specific reason why people will watch you over any of the other like 500 people doing what I guess everybody in my sphere does. That's like the most important thing. But then I don't know, stream on a consistent schedule, make sure you have decent quality. Like, but I mean, like, there has to be a reason why people are gonna watch you over any other politics streamer.
All right, that makes sense. Right. How do you feel about intuition when it comes to coming to conclusions or something like that?
I mean, it's generally pretty dog shit, but I mean, it depends on what your intuitions are, I guess. Like, you're going to need a better argument than that when arguing with people. You can't just say that, like, well, my intuitions.
So how do you, when someone is kind of arguing from that standpoint of, like, that's just how I think, that's my intuition, how do you handle that?
You can't. You tell them that they're a dumb fuck, and there's literally no point in having a conversation with them. Because you can't argue with somebody that's going to argue based on their intuitions.
Okay. All right, that makes sense. When people, something I've noticed is people are kind of stuck on like ancestry when they're talking about like white people, like, oh, your ancestors probably owned slaves or whatever, or like my ancestors were slaves. Why do you think people are so stuck on that? Like, for me, it doesn't make sense because it's all in the past, but like, I don't understand why.
Because some people view current day injustices as extensions from past day injustices, so they focus on the past day injustices to...
Okay. I have two more. So, how are you so good at lying? Like earlier, you were talking to someone and he was talking to you about a book, and you seemed so genuine when you were talking with him, but afterwards you said, I've never read that book. And I believed you completely, so how are you so good at that?
I don't know, a lot of practice listening to people talk online about dumb shit.
And how can you tell when someone's being kind of genuine and authentic versus like kind of inauthentic, like performative?
You have to have a history of the person. I don't know. There's no way to just know. You have to have a history of the person to tell, right?
Right. Okay. All right. Well, that's about it. Thanks, man.
Have fun.
Thank you, Edop. Okay, next is Problematic Pan. Mr. Pan, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, hey, thanks for taking the time, Destiny. So in the past you mentioned that you used to be like a libertarian, like you supported Ron Paul and stuff. I was wondering what caused you to change your political beliefs. Was it new information? Was it a change in your ideals? Like, what caused you to go down that path?
Usually just gathering more information, just slowly change my beliefs and views over time.
Well, I mean, I figured, but like, was there anything specific or like...
There's not one piece of information that changed my
Right.
entire worldview. It was rather smaller policies changed over time as I gathered more information about those policies. So if you want to know about a particular policy, you can ask me about a particular policy, but I can't give you like this one piece of information radically changed my entire worldview and everything, no?
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, well, how about the Federal Reserve? What changed your opinion on like stuff like the Federal Reserve?
Learning anything ever about like macro econ.
Okay.
So like things can't function. There's no country that functions without like a central bank, or the idea that like just printing currency is bad is like a very naive take on like how currency or macroecon works. And then
Right,
like
I mean,
the idea that
obviously
a
it's
gold
more-
standard is good is like a very naive notion that's built on a whole bunch of bad economic assumptions, like the fact that a deflationary economy is a good one or stuff like that.
Okay. Was it mostly changing in new facts, using ideas that you thought were good didn't play out in reality? Was there a change in like your moral, I guess, intuitions and stuff too? Did that have any factor in changing your opinion?
Not really, no. I think it was more just collecting more information. I think largely morally I'm pretty unchanged from when I was like 17, 18. But like I just have more information that changes the way that I view the world or how I would like to affect like certain moral outcomes.
Okay. Well, thanks.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Pan. Next is Telhar. Telhar, whenever you're ready.
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yep, loud
Yeah.
and clear.
Okay, so my question is a little bit of a long one, but do you think that investing in robust social safety nets and programs in developed countries should be the priority versus spending the money on foreign aid into developing countries, given that it can basically help a lot bigger number of people?
I mean, I think that there's probably like, you can do both. I don't think that like we have huge budgets in our governments. Like we're not going to do just one thing, right?
Sure, but I guess what sort of when I started thinking about it is when I read about inflated costs of things like healthcare and like college education in the United States, right? There's a lot of like talk about it in American politics, and let's assume that getting one person for college with healthcare would help uplift 100 people in Liberia from poverty. I suppose.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that like countries probably there's probably like a proximity effect when it comes to morality, that like you probably have a greater obligation to the people that are sharing like lives and countries and borders and shit with you versus like just strangers on the planet, right? Like you have a greater obligation to help your child over helping like other children, or a greater obligation to your own family member versus others, or your own countrymen versus others, right?
Are you familiar with the country of Liberia, or not so much?
I don't know much about it. What about it?
It was a country founded by Americans. It was basically chattel slavery, like slaves that were freed. There was an idea to give them their own country in Africa. And essentially what happened, they reproduced the sort of the plantation frameworks there, and essentially the country collapsed into itself, and it's like one of the most sort of best examples of a failed state in the moment. So I would say that Americans probably have some degree of moral responsibility for that country.
Okay.
Well, and there is another case, maybe, I'm not sure if you heard about Denmark, but Denmark essentially is trying right now to deport refugees that they accepted because their social safety nets cannot support them. It's too expensive. So what they and most of the Scandinavian countries try to do is to develop infrastructure in place in developing countries, so they can basically find an alternative to getting them in, right? Because they just cannot handle the influx of immigration.
Okay, is there a question, or? I mean, like, if your social safety net can't handle like so many people, and you probably shouldn't take in so many people. Like, I think that's pretty simple.
Sure, but isn't like getting people in your country in college, like getting them for college, isn't that like a little bit too much? If that, I mean, I'm repeating my original question, but I think it's when we are talking about things like climate change and stuff. I mean, we need immense amount of resources to invest it, right? And I think that there is a lot of political support right now for social safety nets and social programs that aren't really like for homeless people or like people below the line of poverty. And I think there's like very little political will to help those countries.
I think I'm not. So, I don't understand. I guess what the argument being made is. I don't understand that we like shouldn't be. We can't do any foreign investment because we need to do domestic investment, or that.
Yeah, basically my I guess argument is that there are a finite amount of resources, at least I assume, right?
Yeah.
And if you want to, for example, do debt forgiveness for 100,000 people in the US, but you can uplift the whole of Liberia from poverty, right?
Yeah.
Is there a balance there?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably some balance, which is why we do a combination of like foreign aid and domestic spending. But I mean, you can't just completely invest in foreign places and totally neglect your native population, right? Like people, it's not going to work politically. Like nobody's going to be happy with that. You'll have like rebellions and shit.
Yeah, so it's essentially, it would be potentially beneficial, but it isn't feasible politically, in essence, right?
Probably, yeah, but I would even argue, like, on a moral level, like, you probably have a greater obligation to people closer around you than to just helping, like, foreign people or people that are not part of your groups or whatever.
But I feel like a lot of, I guess, arguments about immigration right now center about the idea of a free border, of very liberal, I suppose, policies. But there are countries like, for example, the famous, like, migrant caravans from Central America. Well, those ought to be addressed up there, you know. That's why famously Kamala Harris went not to the border, but to, I think, Panama or something. Not there. I think there is a need of addressing those issues on the ground there, you know. There isn't a sufficient enough balance because those people end up coming over to EU as migrants. They're coming over to US as illegal immigrants.
Yeah, well, I don't understand what do you think we disagree on here? Like, obviously, if we don't have the resources to help a particular group of people without your own people getting fucked, then you probably shouldn't be investing all those resources in another group of people, right? I don't think we disagree on anything there, do we?
Yeah.
But there's always going to be some combination of, like, foreign aid spending and domestic spending, like, together. Like, you can't, like, I think foreign aid spending is an important part of, like, you can argue even, like, national security because it gives us, like, a good look abroad. It makes other countries more favorable towards us. Like, for a small amount of spending, you can probably do a great deal of good. Like,
yeah, I just don't quite understand the argument about, like, your people, quote unquote, being, I guess, more important if you support the very liberal immigration policy, right? Or like naturalization of
there's
immigrants.
Immigration is broken into three totally different things. You have immigrants, illegal immigrants, and refugees, and you have different moral responsibilities to each of these people. So, like, when we're talking about taking about, like, refugees, which is what you made it sound like Denmark or whatever did, that your moral responsibility, or like Liberia, I think you mentioned, right? Your moral responsibility to these groups of people is going to be a lot different than your moral responsibility to, like, just a normal immigrant, which is going to be way different than how you treat, like, an illegal immigrant, which is way different than how you treat, like, an asylum seeker, like a refugee. Like, so I don't know. It's hard to. I can't just, like, treat all three groups of these people the same because all of them would, like, demand, like, different types of, like, moral treatment, right?
Yeah, that's correct. Okay. And I have a second question. Maybe I will get through it quicker. I'm sorry. What do you think about enforcing or, like, heavily promoting LGBTQIA plus rights into other countries? As you might know, the countries like Poland or, like, Russia or Oman or whatever, those sort of rights. In those countries, there's often no legal gay marriage. Often the homosexual acts themselves are criminalized, and those sort of rights are seen as a social imperialism or, like, cultural imperialism from the United States. Do you think we should stop pushing them?
I mean, it depends on how we push them. If we're delivering, like, certain aid to certain places, it's probably okay to make that aid contingent on certain things. So, like, if we're giving aid to certain countries for food, it might be okay to, like, you're not allowed to, like, murder gay people, right? As, like, a state policy. I think it's probably okay to say.
But the weird thing is that most of those countries, they end up doing precisely the opposite. The rights of LGBTQI people, and they get smaller and smaller, right? For example, Oman just added 2 years ago the penalization of quote-unquote sodomy, right? Or homosexual act.
Okay.
I guess I'm not sure. Is there? I suppose we should just try and do it carefully, right? There isn't some golden rule to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's okay to say that there should be, like, some sort of shared values for countries that we give aid to. That's probably an okay thing to demand.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
Yep, have fun, make happen.
Okay. Thank you, Tar. Next is Tinkerbell. Tinkerbell, whenever you are ready.
Sure thing. Hey, Destiny. So I heard some conversation earlier about utilitarianism. So I was wondering your thoughts on contractualism as far as the microsystems that we're involved in.
I have no idea what contractualism is.
So contractualism, like, unlike utilitarianism, it doesn't necessarily apply to all moral systems. It's only based on what we owe to each other. So it's more on a person-to-person level. and allows for different reasons why someone would want to do something rather than just needing to bring well-being. Does that make sense?
No, can you explain that again?
Yeah, so instead of with utilitarianism, for the ultimate good or for the well-being of all individuals in a system, for contractualism, it allows that multiple reasons, not necessarily just well-being, to be the goal of certain actions in the way that we treat one another.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I guess. What about it?
I was just wondering your thoughts on that. Do you agree more with that or with utilitarianism? Would you say that?
I mean, I feel like you'd end up just reducing one to the other. No, like if somebody's like, well, in contractualism, we don't just measure well-being. We also measure like well-being and autonomy. But wouldn't like a certain consequentialist just say, well, I think that autonomy is a type of well-being? Like,
I can see what you're saying there. So would you say that one, in terms of the different systems versus like individual level, then microsystem, then mesosystem, would you say that utilitarianism would be the broader sphere, and then on the micro level, it's the contractual sphere, but it's ultimately for the better good of all individuals to have this individual contractual level?
I have no idea. I guess it would depend on how it plays out in a particular issue. I'm not sure.
Yeah, so I can try to give an example.
Sure.
So let's see. So rather than applying and saying that, okay, in all cases, it is good for someone to donate to charity. Instead, on the individual level, if we go with contractualism, it would say, I think I'm only based on, I'm a Wikipedia philosopher, so I'm just doing the best I can here, but I think contractualism would say, well, okay, although it may be generally good for all people in a system to donate to charity on the individual level, if you have enough funds to contribute to a community project that you have the funds for, if everyone in that system has agreed that they would be contributing or donating to that specific cause, that would be different in general, but if you wouldn't be able to financially support that, you wouldn't be obligated.
Why does that have to take place on some microcosm? Why couldn't that just be a general rule for all of society? Like in all of society, we should donate to things if we can afford to donate to it.
I suppose it would. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. So we've got about 10 minutes left, guys. So what that means is I'm going to try to speed through a bunch of your questions as quickly as possible. So first is from Animu. Destiny, do you think that pedo baiting is morally wrong?
I don't know. I guess it depends on how it's done. Like sometimes people like to look younger, like by wearing makeup and stuff. I don't know if that's not necessarily like a bad thing, but if people are like actually trying to look like children, that's probably weird.
Okay, I have a question from Kermit Dead. So this person claims this is like not a troll question. So they said that if you go back to Sweden, would you be okay with making out with a 16-year-old because the age of consent there is 15, and they're asking for a friend in Sweden?
I think that friend should do whatever their moral compass tells them is right. Okay.
Okay. Next is why do you bully European countries so much? That's from Nosy Toll.
I only bully them when they bully American countries, like
Okay.
America and Canada.
Okay. Next from E, is forced labor a just punishment for some criminals?
I mean, if you're just trying to punish people, sure. I mean, it's rehabilitation. Working could be a good way to get somebody reintegrated into society, but like slave labor and shit is kind of weird, I think. I don't know.
Okay. Next is from Reddit Normie. Do you think aesthetics can be used to justify nationalistic tendencies?
I don't know what that means. Can aesthetics be used to justify nationalistic tendencies? This feels like a word salad. What is the question?
It sounds like, just based on what I know about this person, it sounds like what they're asking, if they have a preference for people to have like black skin, right, and they're in Africa, can that be like a valid justification for restricting immigration from European countries? Just the fact that they prefer.
I mean,
the
I would
aesthetics
say
of
no,
black
but if
skin.
it's another country and they decide it, then I guess they could. But I mean, that's just kind of like, obviously they can do what they want. But I mean, I don't know. I would say no. I don't. But I live in America, so I don't know. No, I would say no. I don't think you should be like choosing people based on how they look. But that's how I feel about my country. Yeah.
Okay. From Kantbot, are you an epistemic realist?
Sure.
Okay. Next, from Sick, do you think we have a moral obligation to, as a nation, to investigate the status of the Uyghurs ourselves? And do you think stopping genocide is worth starting a war with China and other superpowers?
Probably not starting a war over. Probably worth heavily condemning and sanctioning for, but.
Okay. From Blue Fog, do you think globalism in its current iteration is a force for good?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. From Romance is a Form of Bullying, do you think there should be a minimum age limit on circumcision?
Should be a minimum age limit? Yeah, that'd be based.
Okay. Next is going to be from, let's go with Prudence. He wants to know if you've ever be down to do more debates or discussion with less important media, like movies or video game opinions in the future.
Would I be down to do more discussions about movies and video games in the future?
Yeah, like debates about movies and video games, rather than politics.
Yeah, I already do, don't
I guess so. Well, that's your answer, Prudence. Next is from Dev. You've said in the past that abortion should be illegal after consciousness is formed. Do you still hold that view?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, so so the definition of consciousness is sufficiently murky that it forms anywhere between 24 weeks and 6 years old. What date do you choose and why?
First of all, I've never heard anybody say that you're not conscious till you're 6 years old. Never heard that argument in my life. But it's probably somewhere in the womb, and I don't know, this would be like a science-informed answer. Whatever neurologists agree largely are, these are the structures of the brain that need to be present and communicating with each other for a conscious experience to emerge. Once that happens, I don't know, I've heard that's around, I think, like 24, 26 weeks or whatever. Yeah.
Okay. From Philosopher Phillips, given you've expressed interest in wanting to learn PL, why not have people like Dr. Avi or AY ask yourself, come on stream to teach you / the chat.
For what, PL?
Yeah, I'm thinking that means philosophy, but I'm not entirely sure. Okay. Next question is from Perpetualistic. He wants to know your opinion on what happened in the Nordic countries regarding immigration and how immigrants have sometimes committed crimes and attacks against citizens. For example, Arminus Pilicus, I can't say that name, and received no punishment due to the fear of being labeled racist.
I feel like every time one of these stories are brought up to me and I look into it, the story ends up being completely false. So I don't know, I don't know, I'd have to look at it. But I mean, obviously, if that is happening as they say it's happening, that's bad. You should be punished for committing a crime. But
okay. So Edward wants to know why you won't debate Dr. Avi. I think is Ask Yourself or Isaac's vegan doctor guy.
I don't know. We've talked before. I just don't. That community of debaters, I try to stay away from, and I don't know if we have anything we super disagree on. You sounded like you wanted to take like a devil's advocate position on an abortion debate, and abortion is already a topic that I really don't enjoy debating much. So I don't know. I haven't had a strong proclivity towards engaging in a conversation related to that.
Okay.
Who is drinking water?
Last question is.
Open mic.
Yeah, your mic has been open. You've been moaning
so
into it the
sorry.
whole
I've been
fucking
eating
time.
like
We've
a
all
pig.
been listening to you
Fiona.
moaning. Okay.
What the?
And moaned with that pizza. Okay, that was amazing. I'm so sorry for eating.
Okay. Next question.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. So the last one, I think. Actually, there's one more after this, but second to last one. It's gonna be from Mackie. Mackie, whenever you're ready. Keep it short, please.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
I have a question about the justice system. So from your conversations, what I understand, you lean more towards rehabilitation instead of retribution.
Okay.
So I was wondering why you value that more, and why do you think that's the core value or the core purpose of a justice system? So for example, if we have, let's say, a murder case, and the murderer is like 100% did it. It
Mhm.
was like, and in 20 years, let's say in 20 years they will be like a good doctor and they would be reintegrated into society.
Uh-huh.
Do you think do you not think they should get killed, or at least, or do you think they should
No,
be
because
free and
I
live
like,
in
why
society?
waste the money locking people up just for retribution purposes? Like, rehabilitate people, get them back into society, get them contributing to society again. I think it's probably better than just trying to kill people or punish people, because usually those punishments like have a lot of negative ripple effects out to the rest of society. Like if you have a kid or family members or stuff like that, it just seems to be more economically wasteful and like more socially wasteful to be like punishing somebody versus like rehabilitating them.
I understand that thought process, but what I'm very uncomfortable with is, let's say we as humans, the human experience is what we value the most, and it's all we know. So if someone ends that, just kill someone, I think it's kind of unfair and unjust for them to keep enjoying it.
Yeah,
when
sure.
they're
I mean, if that's your feeling, then you're probably more in favor of like a punitive or retribution justice system versus like a rehabilitative one.
And from my understanding, you don't share the same.
Nope.
You don't think ending of the human experience is that.
I think it's bad, but like once it's happened, it's happened. It's not like you can get it back by punishing somebody for it.
Yeah, but I think we can run that to other things too. Like, oh, if you're dead, then you're dead. We can't do anything about it. We can just do other. I think that's kind of.
You say that one more
like
time?
If we say like, okay, you're just dead, we can't do anything about it. We can just at least try to make society better because you're dead.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I don't think it makes society better to just enact retribution. I think making society better would be having
Yeah,
the
I
person.
don't think so either. I agree with that. But I think the justice system shouldn't be based around making society better. I think to make society better should be just a byproduct of it. I think the core purpose of it should be to just deliver justice or fairness.
Okay, if that's what you think, then obviously, yeah. I mean, if I can't, I would have to argue with that position then, I guess. But I mean, that's up to you to figure that out. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. Like,
Okay,
if I don't believe that and you believe that, and then we're arguing about the criminal justice system, both of our answers are going to be informed by that foundational belief, right?
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I have just a quick question about music theory.
What's up?
Okay, so it's I'm pretty much a beginner, but from my understanding, it's sort of cumulative. It's not just, oh, I know music theory or I don't.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just wondering where you start. When did you start? From my understanding, you went to music school, right?
Yep, but I took there were AP music history, there are like music theory classes. There are AP theory classes you could take in high school as well. So I guess like that would be the starting point.
Oh, you took those?
Yeah.
What do you think is very intimidating to people?
It depends on what your background is. Some people find the writing, the theory part more intimidating. Some people find the listening part more intimidating. Some people find the singing part intimidating. I mean, it super depends on what you're good at and what you're not good at. I don't know if there's like like everybody hates this thing or everybody likes this thing.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Bye. Thank you, Doob.
Okay.
Thank you, Mickey.
Love you.
Okay, this is the
Bye.
last guy from your YouTube chat. Now, whenever you're ready, mister.
Hey, it's me again.
Hi.
Oh, somebody has an echo. Could you, turn it down a bit? Probably the water girl. Or, sorry for misgendering.
Yeah, water girl.
Yeah. Okay. Hey there. Okay. So, hey. So first off, thank you so much. It's been an honor, kind of just like talking to you. I'm sorry, like for like being like quote unquote S in your D, but there's just one thing I kind of want to tell you. It's kind of been in the back of my head. Look, everyone here, we all love you, especially here at YouTube chat. You know, we are subscribed. We hit the bell. Some of us are even members. But I've noticed that there's that meme of you being like you stonewalling and being abusive is out there. And I've tried to put that aside, but it's kind of gotten to that boiling point where even some of us are trying to like plan a mass exodus. And I'm just gonna ask, man, like, why do you stonewall YouTube chat?
Yeah, I'll try harder to pay attention to them. Sometimes I engage in abusive behavior and I don't even realize I'm engaging in abusive behavior. But now that you brought it to my attention, I'll do my best to rectify that. Okay.
Now, is this you being manipulative or is this like legit? Like, hey, my name is Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bunnell the second, not Junior. Not Junior.
Yeah,
the second.
I'm not manipulating
You putting your name on it?
I will
you
put
put
my
your
name
on
it. Yeah, I'll sign and
All
date
right.
that one. Okay.
Because I could bring Scott Bradley back. Like we could literally call him back. Like it's gonna ruin him financially, but it's we could do that.
That's okay. Are
you sure?
Yeah, I'll keep you in mind more. Okay, I promise.
No, not me, not just me.
No, everybody. You collectively, you as YouTube chat. I mean,
oh,
course,
thank you.
Obviously.
Although I do appreciate the,
me talking to you and only you.
Yeah, man. I mean, anytime, anytime Booksmarts is here, I think. So, swing by whenever you can. Okay. And I'll probably convince you that corn tortillas are better than flour tortillas.
That's probably never going to happen, but...
No, it is going to happen. It is. You've just been eating dog shit, like grocery store bought ones from the U.S. You've been to Cancun. I'm pretty sure you've made up your mind. But I don't know. I'm always willing to convince you. Anyway, thank you so much, man. And everybody on YouTube chat, I see you. And DGG could suck one.
All right. Bye.
Yeah. Thank you for demonstrating why YouTube chat should be ignored.
Did that one Jamie guy ever come back?
Or? Oh, he did. String, he said...
yeah, I'm here.
He's here. Yeah, he wrote out a whole thing, but he said he was going to email it to you because he didn't want to bore everybody. But if you want to talk to him, I mean...
Yeah, why not? Why not have a wonderful last chat?
I mean, I don't want to follow it up with something incredibly boring, but I will. So you defended payment for order flow by saying it has nothing to do with front running. Mm-hmm. That's not true. An interdealer makes money from payment for order flow by front running. Interdealer brokers transact...
Wait a sec, real quick, hold on. What do you think front running means?
Front running is when you trade with a client in front of their order to the detriment of that client.
Correct. What is one of the big things that make it in order for payment for order flow to work? What did FINRA say you had to guarantee to customers?
You have to guarantee, I was just about to say, execution at or better than the NBBO.
Correct. So how can you say that it's front running when you're giving price improvement to your customers that you're engaged in payment for order flow with?
Absolutely. So the firm who transact with you at or better than the NBBO has an order that they're already sitting on that's even better than that. Now, it's not front running because in between the individual that you have a deal with and the individual who trades in front of you, i.e. the interdealer broker that's running the dark pool, there you don't have a deal with that person. So you aren't technically being front run. But the money they make is based on having an order that provides them better execution than they provide you. And that is, if they were the same person that was trading with you, front running. Now, it's not front running based on the legal definition, but it's front running on the fundamental definition of what front running should be.
Well, but how can you say that it's on the definition of what front running should be? You would never have access to those orders if it weren't for somebody that were...
And that's absolutely true. I'm not saying that payment for order flow is bad, and you should have let me read the whole thing. Or if it's good. What I'm saying is that it's not necessarily unrelated to what front running conceptually is. Just
no, wait. What do you think? Like, let's ditch all the finance terms and let's just talk conceptually.
Sure.
What do you think is the bad thing about front running? When somebody says front running, what do you think is happening?
That you are not getting the best possible execution from someone who has a fiduciary responsibility to provide that to you.
And one step more, there's one step more to that as well, right?
What would you add?
Somebody is taking advantage of the knowledge.
I disagree.
Okay, then we're conceptually disagree. That's like part of the. That's why it's called front running, because they're getting in front of your order and they're doing that with knowledge that they have about an order you're about to execute. They're front running the order. They know that you're gonna put in a certain order, and because they have that knowledge, they're gonna buy and sell ahead of you, so that you're basically getting fucked on price because of the information that they have.
I think that's a generally wrong understanding of why front running is bad. The fact that someone can get in front of your order if they don't have a fiduciary responsibility to you does not seem to be a problem to me.
Okay.
Like, would you have a problem if I knew what you were going to do 5 minutes before you did it? We had no relationship whatsoever, and I consistently traded on that knowledge? Is there something...
If you were part of the chain that I was utilizing to execute my... Well, but that's the whole point of why people say payment for order flow is front running, is because they're part of the necessary transactions for buying and selling securities. That's why they...
Yep, but it's not unrelated. It is not legally inappropriate to do, but it's not unrelated. It is related. It's totally legal. Is it good? I don't know. We could argue about that. But to say it is unrelated is far from accurate.
Okay, you disagree with how everybody in the industry uses front running?
No, I do not.
Yeah, absolutely. I've never heard front running described in the incredibly the way that you're describing it is never how I've heard front running described before. My
Who's
understanding,
described it to you before?
in any, I don't know, any blog by Matt Levine, anybody that was on the Wall Street Journal, or anybody that was covering anything related to payment
Sure,
for
so
order
this
flow.
is exactly how Matt Levine describes it in his, I'll forward you the article if you want. This is absolutely how he described it when he got it right, I think about 2.5 weeks ago.
Okay, you can forward me that if you want, but like my understanding, and I think the understanding of anybody that would say that like front running is bad, is that like if let's say that I call Wells Fargo or whatever brokerage I'm using, I don't know if Wells Fargo lets you buy and sell stocks. Let's say that I call Vanguard or Fidelity or whatever, and I say, hey, I want to go ahead and buy 100 shares of XYZ stock. And they go like, oh, cool. We're going to go ahead and sell it to you. Now, let's see what they have on the market for this. Oh, well, hold on. Let me buy these. Oh, I can sell you some at this price. That's front running.
That's the legal definition of front running.
Yes, because they have knowledge of your order, and now they're
absolutely.
using that to improve their sale, and they're fucking you over in the process.
Right. And
But if you're
you
talking about these massive middlemen, these huge... I don't even remember the names of the
interdealer brokers.
Sure, interdealer brokers is one term for it. But if you're talking about these groups of people that are buying and selling, millions of fucking shares of stock and are forced to offer price improvement to you because they're buying and selling these shares in massive bulk and they don't have like a guaranteed buyer selling to their side because they don't all the time, to call that front running, like maybe in some incredibly technical way it kind of sort of is, but it misses the whole reason for why front running is bad.
No, I don't think it does miss the reason for why front running is bad. So what I'm saying is that it is absolutely not legally front running. I want to be exceedingly clear, because I am not saying it is illegal, and I'm not saying it is front running. I am saying it is related to front running. And the difference between what the interdealer brokers do and what front running is who they have a fiduciary responsibility to. The interdealer brokers do not transact with you, so they have no fiduciary responsibility to you. And thus, they cannot front run you.
Well, they don't have a fiduciary responsibility to you, but the person I forgot the names of all the parts of this, but the person that you transact with initially does have...
Your broker.
Yes, your broker does have a responsibility to you.
Yes, they must provide you best execution, which means that they must provide you at least the NBBO and also the best that they can get.
Sure, but that extends to the... I'm pretty sure that extends to the middlemen that they're using.
No.
Didn't Robinhood or another company get in trouble because they were doing payment for order flow, but they weren't actually offering price improvement to their customers? I'm pretty sure, I don't know if it was Robinhood or another brokerage that got in trouble for this, but basically, I think it was FINRA looked into it. They're like, well, hold on, you're not even offering price improvement to your customers. You can't engage in payment for order flow if you're not capable of like guaranteeing this to your customers.
So I can't speak to the specific case that you're talking about because I don't know what specific case you're talking about.
Okay.
But I can tell you that when Robinhood sells your order to whatever dark pool manager they sell your order to, that dark pool manager can absolutely front run that order.
And when you say front run, what do you mean when you say here in this context?
So you're not front run. Robinhood accepts the fact that they've given the order to the dark pool and received execution. The dark pool can do whatever it wants with your order. You get an execution at or better than the NBBO. You just get the NBBO, but that's just what happens. And you feel good because you don't pay fees. But the fact of the matter is, you could feel even better if Robinhood routed your order to the pool without sending it to someone else in a payment for order flow agreement.
But how is Robinhood going to route that order?
The same way I would route that order.
No. Hold on. No. If you wanted to route that order, you would be on the hook for putting up all of the liability for that order. You'd have to buy it from me.
That's not accurate. Robinhood could absolutely place that order directly into a dark pool.
I would have to go back and dig, but I'm like 900% positive that you're incorrect there. Because there has to be somebody that's going to guarantee the money related to the order itself in order for the order to be placed. You can't just go to a market like, oh yeah, like we'll place this, we promise. Somebody has to put some collateral up in order for the order to be placed. This is the whole reason why those big middlemen are used. Is because rather than like an order sitting on the book somewhere and somebody's like, oh, maybe they'll buy it, maybe they won't. You've got somebody that's willing to put the collateral up for the order so that the order will be placed so that a customer can cash out immediately and then somebody else will hopefully down the line buy it. That's the whole reason why middlemen are utilized in these transactions, no?
Sorry, no.
What's the point of a clearing firm?
The point of a clearing firm is to send someone money in someone else's stock.
Yeah, but the reason why is because like if I list a sale on Robinhood, right?
Okay.
I want to sell XYZ stock, okay? Generally, when people do that, they want the money for that like immediately when they sell a stock, right?
You can absolutely take liquidity and go to whatever pool you want to go to and execute at the best bid or offer in that pool. Robinhood doesn't do that, however. They give you the NBBO, the National Best Bidder Offer. There's a distance between the National Best Bidder Offer and the best bidder offer that anyone could find anywhere.
Yeah, but in order for these, we're still on my understanding, we're still on like a T+2 system for clearing trades, right? So somebody is still going to be on the hook for that money for 2 days while they're waiting for the trade to clear. No?
I mean, yes, but that isn't an issue. The risk there is a risk of delivery, and Robinhood doesn't have any concerns about risk of delivery.
Well, it's not just risk of delivery, no? Like, couldn't somebody just not end up buying the stock? Like, theoretically?
No. If you went to a dark pool and the dark pool provided you bids and offers, and you executed against the dark pool, taking liquidity from the dark pool, you would get...
When you say dark pool, can you expand on this a little bit? What do you mean when you say dark pool? Are you talking about like another clearing firm or another middleman or what?
No, so a dark pool is a group of people who in a private exchange put in their bids and offers. So the typical, the national exchange, the thing everyone reads, the NASDAQ, all of that stuff, those are exchanges, and you can see them, and they are transparent. They are not dark. The way people are actually transacting in stocks is not typically, or not always, because typically is too strong, is not always on those exchanges. They in fact have off-market exchanges that anyone can get access to if they're big enough, but they transact stock off of those major markets. Those pools where you don't know everyone who's transacting and you don't know all the information inside the pool are called dark pools.
Okay. And most people never interact with these directly because they're usually executing orders through a brokerage anyway, right? Or people don't have access because you don't have the size to do it. You have to get a license or you've got to be...
That's correct.
Sure.
Humans cannot interact with dark pools. By humans, I mean regular humans.
Yeah, you need...
With dark pools.
Okay. Bringing this... So we're disagreeing over... essentially what front running
whether or not an individual taking your order, providing you the national best bidder offer, and then routing your order to a pool that gives them better execution, if they had a fiduciary relationship with you, that would be a problem.
Okay, but then they just wouldn't do that. Those types of clearing...
I agree.
Yeah, but then ultimately then the customer wouldn't... I don't think people prefer that environment though. I think people like payment for order flow.
I think people don't actually like payment for order flow.
Then why don't they just... sorry.
They like payment for order flow more than they like the way it worked before, where you got charged $10 a trade.
Exactly.
But they like it less than the beautiful way it could work if we didn't have this payment for order flow problem, where you got best execution from your broker and they charged you some amount that was the appropriate amount to charge you.
But I think that without those middlemen, wouldn't those best execution prices necessarily be lower? Isn't best execution prices necessarily improved by the massive increase of liquidity of these big clearing firms that are stuck in the middle of all these trades? Like, isn't that the point, that they're buying and selling so much stock that you don't need to actually have a buyer on the other side, and that's why we're able to buy and sell with as much ease as we can, whether we're talking about paying fees or not?
But you still get that. There's no reason why Robinhood couldn't route your order to pools.
I feel like that... I guess I would have to go back and think. There's a guy in my community called Rage Pope, or if you want to argue with him about this sometimes, but I'm almost positive that...
I am happy to talk with him at his convenience.
You should bother him. But I'm almost positive there has to be some form of collateral stake there where...
But let's be clear, I am not saying that anyone is breaking the law, and I am not a GME truther to the absolute degree. You are fundamentally correct, and this is the problem that I expressed. You are fundamentally correct on almost all of the positions that you hold, except for some crazy ones that I'm not going to go into. The problem that I have is about the expertise gap, which I can only talk about in this one specific area, because any other area I am engaging in the expertise gap as well. And you're in a poor position in being on the spotlight about all these random issues where you are necessarily expertise gap over and over again.
Okay.
That's my problem, and I hate it because I know that people are being misinformed, and some of the time I don't know what they're being misinformed about.
Gotcha. Okay.
And I didn't want to end it with a boring talk about dark pools, but I did anyway.
No, that's all good.
It was a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you so much for your time.
Fun conversation. Have fun. Be careful, okay?
and you
Yeah,
as well.
String, if you're actually interested, I mean, I can try to reach out to Rach before you can get that set up.
I would love to set that up.
Destiny, again, thank you so much for coming on. People, I know there are lots of you whose questions I didn't get to. I'm not sorry because your questions were shit. But actually, yeah, there's just a lot of people, so not much I can do about that. Destiny, thanks again for spending 3 hours with us on a Saturday. Really, really appreciate it. If you guys in chat would like to talk to any of the weirdos that you just heard, discord.gg/politics. And yeah, thanks again.
Yep, have fun. Peace out.
See you later.
Dude, I never banned Samir because I don't play against this dog shit champ because nobody picks her, but every time I run into her, I remember why I banned this fucking champ. Holy shit, that spin to win bullshit is so fucking irritating. Basically, anything that makes you like untargetable, invulnerable, whatever in this game is just so fucking annoying. Trash don't deserve the blue. Wow. I don't know if we win this, buddy. It's gonna take me a lot of shots. Okay, we did win it. Good job. She absolutely would kill me. Ooh. Blow up with the bomb? Kill here? Nope. Okay. Fun times. You have no idea how waves work. You have no idea how to counter jungle. No idea how to clear vision. Uh-oh. Rise dying with R. Jesus. Okay, what is True Mama crying about for the monoclonal antibodies? Turn doctors, it's easy to raise thousands of children or disparage an effective vaccine that consider that could have been wrong. How sad. Nothing to see her move along now. I don't understand. They are schizo posting. Okay. Do you see the Miz tweet? Oh my god, when he used my last name? Yeah, I saw it. It was a lay. Epic. Simply epic. Imagine if we did Baron off that. And by did Baron, I mean we run into Baron Pit and we died to Katarina and... Sammy! I don't even know why she could dash to me. It's because she hit me once. Nice job. Good job, guys. Opinions on the season so far. Well, you have to get through like placements so that everybody is like settled and you don't see all like the... I think there are a lot of people in League. Bro, you went in so early. Although he's probably gonna die to cat, so he's like, fuck it. It feels like there's a derogatory name for Catholics that only go to church 2 times per year. Like on Easter and Christmas, I think. But where's I going with this? I think there are like people that only play ranked when like placements come out. And then they just like never play again. Can she dash to me again? No, okay. You should like avoid those people. You know what? If we're this deep in, we might as well see it through. Who knows what could happen? Oh, let's catch up on donos.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
I'm tired of being a white man. No offense, but white. Dr. C.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Don't woof.
I would do anything to make this guy go away.
Don't mind me. Just donating to my favorite intellectual property pirate.
I feel like I've outpaced him intellectually.
Lead content, let's go.
Big Hassan L. What?
Yeah, people should get paid when they use other people's content without their permission. Dude,
I feel like I've outpaced
hold on.
him
Here.
intellectually.
You use someone else's content without their
how are
permission.
ya?
You use
New
someone else's
audience was
content
totally
without their
wrong.
permission.
I
You
think
use
doing
someone else's
debates
content
role-playing
without...
league is the best content there is.
their permission. You use someone else's content without their permission.
People need to stop using technologies in debates.
Again,
because
you have already used someone else.
99% of the times that they do have totally misunderstood the field and the subject of which they are trying to speak.
Nice.
Content without their permission. That's actually completely unacceptable. That is really, really fucked up. That's
How can he be so stupid?
He's gonna kill me again.
How many people are watching a mold over this today? 45,000. Oh, he's doing it.
unacceptable. That's really fucked up. Why would you? Thank God I'd ban burkas. Well, you're getting banned now.
In like someone else's life.
It's not the same. It is exactly the same. Some of the idea people should get paid.
Jesus.
After watching that I am, I just don't understand why you insist on defending Muslims so much. It's my main issue with you and Democrats. Like Biden was putting hijab representation in his presidential ads. It's
Wow.
completely illogical. Islamists are not compatible.
Wow, base, dude.
Destiny going to learn any new at carry like Cassiopeia.
Oh, do I have to buy this subscription? Autonomy 7 out of 10 meme. What? No, it's not a 7 out, not even close to a 7 out of 10 meme.
How do you think these React Andes would respond if someone was just watching their stream for content?
I don't know. Why is this guy so stupid? Bro, I hate everybody. I live in a rent-stabilized apartment right now. Is that the greatest economic policy known to man? Fuck if I know, but I like it. I don't feel like I'm getting taken advantage of. It means I don't have to think about moving out soon. Does that simply not matter? Like, yeah, you're the person that's benefiting from a skewed, economically distortionary policy. Of course you're not going to feel bad about it. How stupid. Jesus. Did you see the Kalinsky tweet? Yeah, it was just dumb shit. Okay. Oh, my brain needs a... Is it big as Joel's story about Brent? Well, doesn't he? It's not like he's a huge YouTuber, right? Is Hans dying?
Make fun of you. Even if I argue against it right now, would you please tell me your pronouns and what your gender is?
E-air or A-air.
Oh, it's E-air. What is happening?
Okay. E-air. And then, what is your gender? Those are your pronouns.
Lumpy space princess.
Was it monkey space princess? Is that what I heard?
And
are we fucking serious? Is this real? Are we gaming right now?
What is
am I in the game right now? Am I
happening?
gaming? I think I might be game.
my question would be...
Yo, Hans, if you're dying, just like type it out, bro.
No, I want to help Smoke.
Okay.
You're not gonna convince me. I'm not my gender.
What is happening right now?
I don't think that's what he's going to
If
do.
that's what you're. All right.
No, that doesn't sound like a thing he would do. Just let him get it out.
All right, so I have no issue with the concept of xeno identities.
Talk to the Zoomers.
I don't think that you're tied to gender. It's in the same way that, hear me out, right? Help me wade my way through this. There are certain aspects.
Can somebody please tell me what's happening? He has COVID? Wait, why is he having a debate right now then?
Why the fuck is Batman debating gender? Ooh.
Of my personality that I consider to be more important
Why am I
than
the chat
me being a
choice?
man, right?
One.
But those don't
You play what you get.
become my gender.
You get good at every champion.
So, my question then is,
No
it
escape.
feels as if
Three.
this could...
All one name. Learn to face the enemy. 4. Adapt to your random team. Count 5. No CS lane BS.
Nice.
Very well. Being a lumpy space princess could be a serious part of your identity, but I don't... No.
This can't be real. He has to understand that this is not like... It's not as bad as it was. If I medicate and drink during, I should survive.
No, I want to help Smoke.
Okay.
I shit you not, he turned himself into a lumpy space princess. Funniest shit I've ever seen.
That's on vague.
Miskiv was streaming Avatar yesterday. Haven't seen his name anywhere. Dog, it's LSF, okay? They have favorites. How many times do I have to say to you that, like, this is not really about the people that are fucking upset are not Gordon Ramsay, who's, like, memeing along, okay? I'm sure he has some level of understanding of what the fuck's going on Twitch at this point, but he's still memeing about it, okay? The people who are upset are not the owners of the fucking IP. Some of them might eventually, down the line, get upset.
Okay, God, every time he opens his mouth, Gordon probably doesn't own a lot of this IP, you fucking moron. Or even if he does, he's probably relegated the license to its other companies. I don't know if Gordon owns the intellectual property to fucking Hell's Kitchen or Kitchen Nightmares. There's probably some other company that he does work for that owns the IP to that. It's probably not just because you work on it. That's like saying like Robert Downey Jr. said that I can like restream Iron Man because he is Iron Man. So obviously he owns the IP. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what?
The people who are upset are people who are upset because they are upset at streamers making money for the most part, which is also an understandable, emotional, but an understandable fucking feeling to have, okay? We sit on our asses. We have incredibly fucking fortunate lives. We are incredibly fucking privileged. So, of course, motherfuckers that watch us go, fuck that guy. I want that. I want to fucking make money and be able to offer my family financial protection and security by fucking watching shit, okay? That's where a lot of this comes from. That is the other side of the parasocial coin, okay? None of this is about, like, what do you think? Everyone on LSF is a fucking DMCA lawyer? Like, you think all of these guys are actually corporate lawyers, dude? No. Half of these guys are upset on the streamer side because, one, they do legitimately fear the long dick of the law coming down and making the platform less pleasurable to fucking stream on, so they themselves can't fucking violate the rules when they feel like it every now and then, okay? The other reason is because maybe their own fucking view count.
Okay.
Trying to convince me I'm not my gender. So,
I don't
like,
think that's what he's going to
is
do.
that for sure? All right.
No, that doesn't sound like a thing he would do. Just let him get it out.
All right, so I have no issue with the concept of xeno identities. I don't think that they're tied to gender.
Okay, this is either a troll or Hans is like actual like severe life-altering autism. Rest me, please. Thanks for 10 gifted subs. I like, how can you not realize how absolutely fucking stupid this sounds? Like, this has to be a troll.
You're a fucking statistician. It's in the same way that, hear me out, right? Help me wade my way through this. There are certain aspects of my personality that I consider to be more important than me being a man, right? But those don't become my gender. So, my question then is, it feels as if this could very well, being a lumpy space princess, could be a serious part of your identity, but I don't see how it maps onto gender in that same way. And I've already said this, that as in terms of being polite, I am okay with mostly using neo-pronouns with the understanding that I don't think xenogenders are a thing. I think xeno-identities are a thing, but I don't see how they map onto gender, and I have yet to see a good argument as to why.
Okay, well, you sound terrible, man. You really should.
Well, no, like, I'm worried about you. You seem really like beaten up and angry about this, and I want you to know, like, it's not because I hate you or what.
Okay. I'm gonna do stuff. I'm gonna be back tonight. I love you guys. It's been fun. Jesus Christ.
He sounds like Kingpin from Daredevil.
Oh, Moon. He probably needs a lot of advice because he's playing League of Legends, so...
How about sushi?
Make sure you guys help him out with that, okay? Peace out, my duders.